Would you take your seat, please? And we are about to start.
Ne, karta d'identità nisam.
Evo, dobar dan svima. Moje ime je Mateo Ivanac, voditelj strateškog projekta Innova Mare.
Good morning to everyone.
Prije svega želim svima
My
danas
name is Matija Ivanac.
zahvaliti što
I'd
ste
like to
došli.
thank you all for
Ovo je
coming
bio jedan
here.
izazov u
This
ovo
was
vrijeme
a
pandemije
great
napraviti
challenge under
ovakav
these
jedan
conditions.
hibridni event gdje je tu nas offline 25 koliko je po epidemiološkim mjerama moguće. I moram vam reći da danas imamo 326 sudionika prijavljenih online, tako da možemo reći da je brojka sveukupno nekih 350 sudionika današnjeg okupa i možemo to, ja mislim, zahvaliti jednom dobrom programu, jednoj izvrsnoj suradnji strateškog projekta Innova Mare i projekta Sushi Drop iz Splita. I tu bih htio naglasiti nešto što danas možemo vidjeti, a to je da imamo jedan projekt iz Splita, jedan projekt koji pokriva cijelu Hrvatsku, a u stvari nalazimo se u Zadru i centar koji postavljamo u Šibeniku. I to u stvari pokazuje što strateški projekt Innova Mare želi poručiti, da Jadransko more je iznimno izazovan
that Adriatic Sea is a demanding and challenging ecosystem
zajednički na neki način i sve županije treba biti uključene u taj proces. Još jednom zahvaljujem svima na dolasku, zahvaljujem i onima koji su online i nadam se da ćemo sadržajem programa i govornicima pokazati da tu postoji velika koncentracija i znanja i informacija koje su interesima će donijeti nekako dodatnu vrijednost. Na početku nekakve pozdravne govore koji su iznimno bitni.
Some introductory speeches, welcome speeches, which are very important by our host. So I would like to invite Mr. Luca De Marchi from Innova Mare Studio from Bologna, who is the lead of the Sushi Drop project, to address the audience and to say the welcoming speech. Thank you. As you can see, hybrid event, technical problems. I hope we will be better. So we will continue with our participants here until Luca De Marchi joins us. Mr. Tomislav Radoš from the Chamber of Economy is with us. Mr. Radoš, the floor is yours. Good morning to everyone, dear representative of the Main Directorate for Fishing of the European Commission, dear state secretaries, we're expecting them, respected prefects Pauk and Longin, ladies and gentlemen, entrepreneurs, scientists, all of you present here. It is my honor to be able to welcome you on behalf of the Croatian Chamber of Economy and myself at the opening of this 2 days session and the title Innovative Solutions for Sustainability of Adriatic Sea. The roundtable, as it was said, is organized together with the University of Rijeka, which is a partner on the Innova Mare project, County of Split and Dalmatia, Alma Mater Studiorum University in Bologna, partners in Sushi Drop project. I'm not an expert for robotics, not alone for undersea robotics and sensoric. I can't talk you about that today, but I've been following the research activities on this field in many countries, and I myself participate in the establishment of the national system in the Republic of Croatia, so I'm going to revert to this field with a few comments. The investment in this research is a key for the development of our companies and for the development of Croatian economy as a whole, which otherwise cannot compete with big countries. But the issue is always how to regulate systematically and how to stimulate these investments and which sectors can have greater benefit and added value with these investments. We should get responses from the good national system, well-structured national system, for which it was necessary to analyze the key challenges, but also the possibilities, capacities of the stakeholders to respond to these challenges. Every innovative system, including that in the field of blue growth, has stakeholders, supporting institutions, sources of financement, and sources of information. Stakeholders are beneficiaries and those who are giving the support. The institutions are facilitating the transfer of knowledge and experience, and those who do all the necessary analytics for the stakeholders in order for them to orient to their main business. The sources of information or the demand for certain project, for certain kind of knowledge is also has to be regulated in one place, which is mostly done digitally or through some web platforms. As for any other field of economic activity, including the one related to sea and underwater, the presumption for the conservation of health, of human health, is today the most important issue that shouldn't be underlined anymore today, which is also included in all the strategic projects of future development and implemented at all levels. If it's not still today, it's for sure going to be in future, in all the future strategies. Potential pollution of the sea is not only dangerous for the human health, but also for the whole economy. Therefore, the stimulation of the transfer of knowledge and innovative solutions for improvement of blue growth economy, the creation of added value, is something which is necessary for today's activities. And when we structure all these and add all these and give a precise role to each stakeholder and give enough precise information, we receive good quality information system. So the aim of this project is to make the system which will become facilitator or central point of the collaboration between private and scientific sector, digitalization, all with the purpose to development of marine technologies responding to the challenges in blue growth economy. That's why we together today want to open the discussion about the possibilities that we have at our disposal to our entrepreneurs, who together with scientists can create innovative solutions, and on the other hand, decision makers can create environment that would stimulate all the stakeholders to the sustainability of the Adriatic Sea in order to create positive energy, and it is necessary to find a common language at all levels, and with the development of such innovative ecosystems to create presumptions necessary for the changes to start. Today's approach to the challenges is multidisciplinary, and it is necessary to include scientific and research sector, which role is enhancing of the ecosystem and is equally important as that of the economic sector. I wish you all a fruitful discussion, and I hope that these 2 days will be for you a good quality investment. Thank you very much.
Zahvaljujem se gospodinu Radošu. Kao domaćin Zadarske županije i županija koja isto podržava ovaj smjer, najavljam župana Zadarske županije gospodina Longina da nam se obrati. Hvala.
Hvala vam lijepa. Dok se skinemo ove maske. Poštovani sudionici okruglog stola, mene također veseli što vas mogu pozdraviti, evo neke od vas ovako uživo, to nije danas čest slučaj, a neke evo putem ostale, odnosno putem mreže. Stanje u kojem živimo već više od godinu dana naučilo nas je prilagodbi, pa i na ove nove tehnologije, jer sigurno prije 4 godine na početku mandata nisam mogao zamisliti da ću održavati skupštinu Zadarske županije online. A upravo je ova inovativna tehnologija ono o čemu će se danas ovdje imati prilike i razgovarati. Suradnja sa Italijom sasvim je prirodna kada je u pitanju ono što nas dijeli i povezuje, a to je naše Jadransko more. Taj naš mali zaljev Mediterana ima svoje posebnosti, svoj jedinstveni ekosustav koji zahtjeva veliku pozornost i naravno veliku skrb. Prvenstveno kako bismo uspješno balansirali između korištenja mora u gospodarske svrhe, ali i njegove kvalitetne zaštite. U tom kontekstu smatram projekt Innova Mare osobito značajnim. Ono što mu daje dodanu vrijednost, osim činjenice da će se uspostaviti inovativan model kontrole i nadzora onečišćenja Jadrana, svakako je činjenica da je riječ o projektu koji uključuje suradnju ne samo stručnjaka iz više različitih disciplina, već suradnju javnog i privatnog sektora. Pri tome pod javnim sektorom smatramo kako znanstvene institucije čiji će stručnjaci raditi na razvoju inovativnih tehnoloških rješenja, smatram ali i sve nas koji na različitim razinama vlasti donosimo odluke, donosimo pripremu usvajanja strateških dokumenata, njihovu kvalitetnu provedbu. Dakle, mi smo dio onih bitnih zamašnjaka kojim će se pokrenuti ova izuzetno važna i dobra priča. Žitelji Zadarske županije oduvijek su živjeli od mora i uz more. Mi smo inače poznati kao najribarskija hrvatska županija, ali i kao pioniri marikulture na ovim prostorima, a i šire. No također, mi smo i županija sa vrlo razvijenim nautičkim turizmom i županija koja danas ima suvremenu luku koja je značajna točka kruzerskom turizmu, uskoro i home port. U tom kontekstu zaštita i očuvanje ekosustava u Jadranskom moru za nas je od vitalne važnosti. Iskreno vjerujem da će provedba projekta Innova Mare doprinijeti našim zajedničkim težnjama da Jadran sačuvamo kako bi poput generacije naših predaka i naši potomci mogli od njega živjeti. Hvala vam lijepo.
Evo za Longinu, nažalost nismo mogli uspostaviti vezu sa gospodinom Demartijem iz Bolonje, tako da ćemo nastaviti dalje sa programom kako smo i zamislili. Gospodin Erlić nam se pridružio.
Erlić joined us so that we can start earlier with the panel. Started after the introduction. I will be moderating and I will also invite today's panelists, of whom some are with us and the others will be offline. As for today's panelist place, which shows that we are relatively moderate innovator, but if we look where we are the best or we are the worst, when we look at the best ranked categories, this is the development of the infrastructure. Very good here. We have very well knowledge when we talk about development of the scientific innovations, and technical outputs are relatively good. Education is above average. We can say that university system is at the European level, while the outcomes of the research and our analysis are under average. So we can say that we are good in theory, but we are not so good in getting good results and outputs in practice. Where we are not so good at economy and science, and that is something that stakeholders should think about and have in mind. Which are the three main elements? Again, stakeholders, resources that we have, development environment. This picture shows very clearly what is the heart of innovative system, what we just said, that is two facilitators. If facilitator from private sector is included and university is not included, it will not function. They all should be in one combination. They should all function together. So I would like you to have a look at this, especially to understand why something presents a good praxis example. When you look at the USA, we have all heard for Silicon Valley. And if you can have a look, it's just a small, tiny area in USA. It has almost 3 million inhabitants and over 1 million employees. Why is Silicon Valley Silicon Valley? Because it is located, centralized, the most of the scientific and research capacities, because for 7 decades there has been a process of investment and development in such a centralized system. So decision makers recognize that location as extremely potential, and they invested a lot of money in that R&D, research and development part. Approach to the capital, it is the most active world activities, and this is the place for the talented people, especially for foreign migrants. The whole climate is something that attracts capital, human capital, coming from abroad and coming from the country. So this is also very important for the development of the ecosystem and recognizable entrepreneur climate and collaboration. Another example is Israel. They made an innovative ecosystem based on agriculture. They have determined the sector, but they said, we want to make the agriculture mostly inventive in the world. And then we start from key components. Israeli agricultural technologies based on academic institutions for agriculture and biotechnology, which give various innovations from scientific researches. They offer necessary financial resources, and state authorities direct resources towards the industry. So always when we look at all these good practice examples, we have 4 or 5 elements that we should create. Academic institutions, incubator, Israeli government, and this culture of entrepreneurship. And we don't have time to look at their figures. Also Germany, Berlin has developed their IT sector, attracting entrepreneurs from the whole world, and they have created over 100,000 new jobs in Berlin. We are talking just about one city, just one position, one center in which the government and academic institutions, they created the presumptions and the conditions for further development. We have that 10 most important accelerators are located there, capital, wide net of experts, professionals. And where is Republic of Croatia? Which are the key issues and problems of Republic of Croatia? What today for us is the biggest problem is the human capital. We are lacking the experience, which is important for the research of innovations. But today we are in a process of programming, which should have the purpose for some strategic decision-making for future period of Republic of Croatia. If we have the purpose and human capital and other stakeholders of institutional framework, I think we will have a chance. In Nova Mare itself, 2 years ago, we realized that European Union is going towards the whole economy is going towards the sustainable economy. And I think that one sector has extreme impact on the Croatian economy, and that is Adriatic Sea and its sustainability or eventual pollution of the Adriatic Sea. And if we do not have impact on that in next 10 years, we will have problem for 170,000 jobs in fields related to Adriatic Sea, aquaculture, nautical tourism, nautical traffic. What we did then in this Nova Mare project, we created it with 5.6 million euros, 14 partners from Italy and Croatia, with the main purpose to make innovative ecosystem. But how does it look? We will have over 1,000 activities or 1,000 participants that we would like to attract. What is important to see here is this slide, which shows which are 4 key elements, key stakeholders, but on the right side, we need who we need more in order to bring this innovative ecosystem at the level which we need. So media are important, financial institutions, risk capital funds, investment funds, and public institutions. This is the picture, this is the image. If you look at Berlin or Silicon Valley or Israel, you will also see this picture, Šibenik, Zadar, Split, this is a small area, just a small area, and in the context of world and Europe. But this should be a central point for sea technologies in Europe in future. That is why we are creating this innovative ecosystem. We should start from here and then expand to the whole territory of the Adriatic together in our Italian partners to expand it also on the other side of the Adriatic. So here in this spot, we should attract public sector that realize the strategic level that we want to achieve. We have to attract the talented young people from the world, from Croatia, who like to deal with these issues, to start up companies, to base innovative solutions with which we will solve the problems in blue growth economy sector, and in such a way to make Croatia as a center of Europe when we talk about marine technologies. This is the target of the establishment of the system for the underwater robotics and sensor, where we will have the whole system left to the management of digitally hub, with the purpose to educate the stakeholders, to create a collaboration, transfer of technology, and create a kind of collaboration. So join us at this journey all together and the same mission of the sustainability of Adriatic Sea. I just wanted with this show introduction so that we have now the possibility to discuss in during our panel to discuss the aims of our project. So thank you all for coming today. So first of all, Vice President Radoš, as he's the closest or at the highest level, I would like to ask him which is the role of the Croatian Chamber of Economy in creating of this system. Why are we here? Thank you, Matteo, for the question.
Mislim da je, odnosno ne mislim, nego uloga HGK se može odrediti kroz tri elementa: horizontalna, vertikalna i praktična. Prije svega, šta znači horizontalna? Znači HGK je potporna poduzetnička institucija i mi zadnje 4 godine smo, ja bih to tako rekao, aktivan partner državi, prije svega Ministarstvu gospodarstva, na uspostavi nacionalnog inovacijskog sustava.
What does this mean? It means that in the operative level, we have been working in these activities. We're an operative body in the technical secretariat for the innovation system, and then we have also drawn up a web innovation platform as a central place where you can see all the information of the participants. And Matteo has earlier showed all this, and there's no need for me to mention. But what is most important is that we are someone that, between the body of state management and entrepreneurships, have tried to create this connection to make this work. And all the participants are included in the work of the national system. Because without the entrepreneurs and their feedback, a national innovation system cannot have its purpose or quality. Many meetings have been held with Croatian companies where we have trained them in innovation, we have motivated them, and to diagnose their projects, which will now and even earlier were implemented. And what we are now doing concerning the new financial planning. And in other words, I would say that this horizontal level is a key role in these operative work, and we have to motivate our entrepreneurs to be actively included in this system. The second role that can be vertical is the one that helps certain industrial segments or entrepreneurs to be able to develop their innovations and show them to the world. That means that at a yearly level, in the past 10 years, we have had a lot of innovation missions which were organized from Kuala Lumpur to Moscow, where our innovators who were not able to join these missions, we took them there and tried to find partners. And many innovations, there are no innovations in Croatia that have received a serious award or plaque that has has not gone through the Chamber of Commerce. So we are the ones that take them by the hand and help them to get through this forest of various barriers on the world market, and that is our role. We are also the central point for Erasmus, where we connect young entrepreneurs with participants in the world and connect their innovation practice and test them with other companies. The third thing is the practicality. Our Center of Industrial Development at a daily level trains and helps all our entrepreneurs in their projects and with the tenders in this innovation system. To prepare this documents is not very simple. I don't know how many trainings we have held until now, but the director of the sector, Daniela, we can later say something. We can have a continuity in our assistance, and we help very many entrepreneurs in writing their projects. At the National Innovation System, we look at it as a national guideline, because without this, our companies cannot be actively included in long-standing concurrency, and I have tried to be very brief here. Thank you. And now we are going at the national level. Mr. Ehrlich will be with us. And in this process of programming that you have, you can define your priorities, and they will all influence various participants in Croatia. What is your opinion? How do you look at the development of blue economy in the future on the Adriatic? Thank you very much for your question, and thank you for your invitation and the organization of this event and this very nice presentation and the introductory presentation, which has given a good direction for this discussion. And if we want to restructure this, in the end, our economy, and something which the EU Commission insists on for 2020 and 2021, and through their reports for Croatia, through recommendations of the Commission, and it is one of the key recommendations that goes towards Croatia and includes all our strategic actors, increasing our concurrency and our innovation capacity, and we also believe that through the earlier various projects that have been realized in this area, we think that that is not enough, because our economy is still lacking in the innovation capacity, and our national strategy is one of the key indicators of realizing this, and an increase on the scale of the Croatian global and so now we are trying to develop on the European Union and trying to succeed in this. And what you have earlier said, on one side the infrastructure, and on the other side various companies, and raise this net on to a higher capacity than we have now, and especially concerning European funds from where I come from, and we have developed and advanced some of these, and with the assistance of various institutions, of some small nuclear innovations that are circling here, some creative centers that have also been created. And in this, our program development, we are now at the end of the operative program, and we are trying to finish them. And with the help of the European Commission, I can also say as a direct answer to this question that blue economy connected to the Adriatic and Croatian is now within the strategy of a smart application. And as such, it is necessary to draw up a strategy, and with this strategy also the plan of a transition of the Croatian economy and a specialization of this. And the condition here is that our region of Croatia recognizes its potentials, and we are working on this, and definitively the blue economy is the highlight of these, and it is the priority as a difference from other Croatian regions. And in this of our region, the strategy of specialization and the plan of industrial transition of the region will be, in the end, made possible to create a smart Croatian within innovative programs. And this is an answer to the question, and this can be found within our program development and also with our over-limit cooperation, over-boundary cooperation, and of these projects. And maybe an element which is very interesting in the economic sense, we are turning over to the financial instruments with grants and with mainly as HBOR, with new lines that will be where the European Union will finance all various loans and other types of funding that we are used to. And these various funds of financing will be much better than grants because they enable the project. The grant product cannot be commercial. But the financial instruments of the product, they can be drawn up as being commercial, and the money can be drawn right away as a difference from grants. And this process is much more simple. There are no ZNS, there are no documents that are necessary for each project. And I think that here we can make a step forward for the financing of economy from this various region. What is also important is the financial instruments here delete the various projects, various finances. It's a grant, but it's not a grant. It has the characteristic of a grant, but it's much larger, much more flexible. So I must say, I must mention this because it's very interesting for the entrepreneurship, especially for projects that are not innovative projects, and we cannot look at them through the commercial sense because they have a very high level of risk that they will not succeed. We can look at them if 1 through 10 is successful, not 1 through 100. And the state has support such projects, and as well as the European Union. And I think that a great part of this will be digitalization, sustainable development, the advancement of innovative capability, the strengthening of various skills of various specializations, and these will be canalized from EU funds. Thank you very much.
Excellent. The companies that are following us today, I'm sure that they will be extremely satisfied because a number of these companies would like to change the direction to go towards working for robotics for sea. They have been also already doing something for the land, but they would like to start creating these technologies on the sea. And they know that this priority of blue economy is extremely important, also including the part of the smart specialization, which is also important for the sector of specialties, and also the way of financement that you mentioned. This is helping certain companies. They would like to get fast financement, that they shouldn't pass the whole process of grants. And I think this is really a good path. Thank you very much. Mr. Pauk, you as a prefect of the county of Šibenik and Knin, in your county, Anja, I know that you stimulate extremely the field of research and science, invest in research projects. Can you give us some examples from your praxis? How do you use the built structure and how it can become the part of the innovative ecosystem in future, the system that we are creating within this project? Thank you. Related to this question, maybe a short introduction. Our county has 2 national parks, 3 parks of nature. We have 2 monuments of nature, 7 protected landscapes, 78 localities of ecological net, which makes us in this we are becoming a tourist brand when we want to be a tourist brand, but we wouldn't like to be based only on tourism because we know we are aware of certain problems for environment that this tourism brings us. So these key issues are keywords are sustainable development, and this is always has been our final target. If we talk about a part of this economic ecosystem, these things are overlapping, and this is a fantastic formula, according to me. The examples of the project that we've been working on that can be related to this ecosystem, I'd like to be short, just mentioning 3 or 4 projects we've been working on. One is to improve the economic growth of the county. We have reconstructed and equipped the business building Adriatic, so-called Adriatic Business Center in Šibenik, some 20 million kunas of EU funds. We will have a modern hub, and we want, with a good quality way, to connect this public and private sector with the academic sector, and to work on a kind of creative development projects, more specific than classical ones. And we would like to be specified, directed towards marketing, video technologies, and film industry, which hasn't been presented so far. So we think that this will be a good thing to give a support to the entrepreneurs. We are also the founder of the Fountech Center, which is organized within the Center for Development of Research and Knowledge. We have the labs equipped also with the intention to be used for innovation products, and it is something for which we are traditionally known of, like manufacturing of industrial products from metals, aluminium, but the center is also dealing with some other maritime affairs. They are implementing the project of the Center for the Development of Marine Culture, Aquaculture, that we also received through EU funds, which will be equipped completely production process for the treatment of shells due to the specific issue of our area, which is specific for the growth of some kinds of shells. So we have the final target, this sustainable development in the field of aquaculture, not thinking only about the shells, but we think that we hope to have it a great center for marine culture, including other aspects. Also, the industrial school in Šibenik is the leader of the project of excellency in machine engineering, regional components. They, as a school, could be chosen in this direction, in this project. We are about to realize the project of 60 million kunas, which would give us some new professional skills, knowledge, to the students, but also to adults who like to specialize further, and with that way, that will become a regional excellency center related to machine engineering, so that field of employment can get new, better experienced and better educated employees. So all these projects are somehow compatible with this innovative ecosystem that we would like to develop in Šibenik, and for which we are very much proud that we signed today this letter of intention. So of course, this existing infrastructure presents a good basis for all of this. And on the other hand, in our area, we have 2 important institutions, Ruđer Bošković, which has been functioning for a long time in the area of our county in Šibenik, which also is a part of the university in Zagreb. scientific research sector is represented a lot. As you said in the introduction, without them, we couldn't implement projects like this one. When you mention these projects, it's over 100 million kunas of infrastructure in county, mildly speaking, so to say, which shows that the indexes are very well. So infrastructure is really at the level, at a very high level at this moment. And what I think that is that we should think about long-term sustainability of that structure, management of that structure. So just to go offline, as all this time we've been online, offline in Split is Mr. Šošić. No, this is not Mr. Šošić. We have Damir Brčić, the head of the Department for Informatics. Split Dalmatia County, Zadar County, Šibenik County. I see that they are all located at the sea. They are directed towards the sea, developing this ecosystem. Split and Dalmatia County has been also working on this field. Where do you see your infrastructure and your stakeholders looking from the point of view of a Split Dalmatia County, and how to include them in the whole innovative ecosystem? I'd like to welcome all the participants of this panel. On behalf of Mr. Šošić, who is with our Prime Minister, who is visiting Split today, so he excuses, I'd like to comment what we've been working on in Split Dalmatia County on the development of entrepreneurship, innovation, and generally appraising of the economy in that sense. We are focusing primarily on the proactive activities like financement of projects, entrepreneur projects, directly, be it directly we as our county through our projects, or in collaboration with university and the city of Split. Maybe this story can be a good example. So together with the University of Split and Technology Park in Split, we started Blue Edit digitally hub. We have a great expectations from this, especially in this field of the blue economy. But besides that, our vision is more in creation of some projects and activities, concrete activities, than in development of infrastructure, for which we think that is already at the satisfactory level through capacities of university and supporting institutions that already exist. So for many years we've been working on a program, research and development, where in the last 3 years we invested over 4 million kunas, which is dedicated for the high university, scientific institutions, small and medium companies dealing with the research and development. They should have at minimum 3 employees. So this project gave us last year's many interesting projects and products. We had a great success on market. This is the target that we thought of, to listen to what the market is asking for and to support these innovations with concrete application and implementation. Recently, we have been specialized on the creation of IT system, and we started a digital platform. Digital Croatia is the name, which includes the whole area from startup academies. We are starting from the beginning because we concluded that we need a great number of startups, young innovations that we already have. We also wanted to educate them through 7-8 weeks startup academy. Then after that, in collaboration with the university and city of Split and with Technology Park, we give the accommodation to all of them who passed the education. And from 15 teams that passed the education, 7 of them had MBP, 4 of them they had track, they had sales. So these are startups that were created through these, with the support of these active measures. And after we gave them the space, We have at the moment 1 million kunas grant. Then we also stimulate the startups in the innovative phases, but also those who already have some products, innovations, to continue with their growth. And then again, we organize for them a rich mentors net. We direct them towards the market, and we think that infrastructure can always be better. But in the Split and Dalmatia County, we give the emphasis on the direct work with the startups, with these teams, and creating for them their path towards the market. Thank you, Mr. Berčić.
The purpose of this panel today, why have we brought here the decision bearers to see how good this structure is and how much effort our counties put in here to be connected with the private sector and the scientific research sector? Which are the following steps? How, after this part of the infrastructure and investment in this position, how to continue? What are the further directions? In Zadar County, you have big investments in the infrastructure, some 5 million kuna in the past 7 years. Where have these projects gone, and how have you come to the participants? Which are the participants that mostly use this structure? I would like to greet all of you. And we... Microphone. And what is the theme today is a very good cooperation with our county. Something is wrong with the sound. Through various projects, we have been able to improve. We have grown together with our projects, and they have brought new innovative solutions. So I can say that in the past 2-3 projects that we have worked on, these prize fish and smart fish, they are directed towards innovation. And for all this, we need people. And the key here are people, regardless of these great numbers of millions of kuna. But without people, we cannot realize this. As you have said earlier, there is the lack of capital, but we have a very good cooperation with our university, and we will try to support this so that it can produce new people who will be able to develop new innovations. And our cooperation with the Institute of from Split, which we consider to be one of the greatest institutions on this part of the Adriatic. And as Prefect Pauk said, they are developing their projects, and we will connect with them with better quality. And I think that in the future period, we will use these people much better. We will build the infrastructure and the sustainability, which will be a key factor, but much more important is the network, because without a good network, we will have to start from the beginning. And we will thus get better results. That's a very good conclusion. And what I like here is, what is important here is the human capital and the network of this capital. We can all say that every county has given its maximum, but how has this maximum been able to realize in every little area? If we look at this area of Šibenik and Dalmatia, Split and Zadar County, here we have 500, 600,000 people. This is a very small area, and here we have 2 billion euros of investment. So this is a very important network for the future period, and the counties have to work on connecting this infrastructure. Let's see how this is done in Europe. Here we have Mr. Ian Shepherd from DG. So I hope that we can get them now here on the line. Can you hear us? Hello?
Yeah, I think I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr.
I can
Shepard.
hear you.
Hvala,
Yeah, we hear
gospodin
you.
Shepard. Mi
Yeah,
vas
we see
dobro
you.
čujemo i mi vas vidimo.
Okay, we started to
Hello?
working.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you good. Do you hear us?
Da, mi vas čujemo. Da li vi nas čujete?
Do you hear us?
Da li nas čujete?
Hello?
No, you're not.
Hello?
Do you hear us?
Da li nas čujete?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
yes.
great. Okay. So the technician
Okay,
working started.
Zna,
Okay, Mr. Shepard, thank you for joining us on this discussion. I hope you have heard so far the discussion of the panelists. We've talked from a position of Croatian innovation ecosystem infrastructure and how the local community and regional and national community can bring through EU funding some position of innovation ecosystem in Croatia on higher level. Can you tell us the experience so far by DG Mare that you have regarding the encouraging innovation as examples of best practice in marine conservation at European level? Do you have some showcase of best practices that worked on bringing the in marine conservation innovation in that part?
Right. So what we've done, we've set up a platform called the Blue Invest platform that provides assistance to small companies who can help to generate new ideas in the blue economy. It provides assistance, and we've also developed a fund which provides equity into companies that are doing promising things in the blue economy. As you know, the blue economy is going to make a massive difference to the Green Deal. It's supporting, for instance, the Circular Economy Action Plan, because we'll be restricting intentionally added microplastics in products. There'll be regulations on unintentional release. So that offers an opportunity for companies to really innovate to reduce their plastics content. We're looking at the farm to fork strategy. And as we know, in the Adriatic, there's considerable aquaculture, and this is to be encouraged because it can produce a protein with low emission levels. It can absorb nutrients, which we know that there's too many of, and the objective in the new Green Deal will be that there'll be more support for guidelines on aquaculture and marketing standards. We look at the biodiversity strategy, and as we know, the Adriatic has many hotspots for biodiversity, for wetlands, marine protected areas, and the aim is that there'll be 30% of the sea area will be protected, with 10% strictly protected, which means stopping all harmful human activities in them. And there's opportunities there for equipment and IT to better monitor these protected areas. We can talk about climate adaptation. There's a new climate adaptation strategy as part of the Green Deal. And there's an objective is to improve knowledge and manage uncertainty. And improving knowledge means better ocean observation. So we need to, there's new sensors, new platforms that can help in there. EU data strategy involves the society better empowered by data to make better decisions in business and public sector. So there's opportunities not only in ocean observation, but in the tools needed to understand the data, like artificial intelligence, etc.
Okay. Thank you for these words. Htio bih stati na trenutak I
I
htio
would like
svim
to stop for a
sudionicima
second,
koji su
and I would like
online,
to tell
posebice
all the
poštovanim
participants who are
znanstvenicima,
online, especially companies and institutions, to show what has happened in the past half hour and how much their opportunities are important in the blue economy. We are now speaking concerning the state secretary because all the priority region is going in this direction, and DG Mare, who is also in this area, and the entire private sector will be able to develop, and that means financing is going into this direction, and that is very important for our companies and our scientific research companies to understand and see their opportunity to develop and influence the protection of the environment in the following period. And what I would like to say also concerning this Blue Invest platform is that within this MARE project, we are creating a digital place, a platform that will actually, in a digital way, create a network in this structure, connect all the counties, and include 3 key elements that will be in key format. The market, the place of market, where each institution will be able to approach, and the public sector will be able to market its capacities and be able to connect with the EU. I will give you a small example. A small company from Zadar, Gallo JDOO, with a couple of members that have started working on robotics, and we have been able to map this and detect it in the sea robotics, and through the digital place, we are able to market themselves and are able to create participants at the European level. This small digital platform, we wish for it to be a hub in the digital area, and thus be able to create a network in a much more simpler way. This is what have we concluded here.
Human capital, Shime, how in a forthcoming period, how to make it that human capital, meaning young people, come to the position that they manage these structure, that make them sustainable, how to attract young scientists, young innovators to come back to Croatia and to create some innovations. Is there any priority related to human capital? Oh, it's a whole series of questions. If we have the answers, we would have the magic formula for development of Republic of Croatia. What we can do is development of ecosystem. There are many things that should overlap here in order to get some result output and to say, okay, this is a concrete environment that attracts scientific community, young scientists to come here and to start from strengthening of the potentials of our research institutions, directing them towards the solutions that can be implemented directly in the economy. So, because we will never be able to offer the level of financement level and other benefits that maybe could have been offered by some richer countries, but we could attract young scientists maybe in some fields where they can see that they see that in Republic of Croatia they could give certain contribution that will mean change. So this is this motive, and of course they're at home. I already said there is a whole series of financement funds and instruments that will be available for the improvement education through the aim of Politics 1, Smart Croatia, European Social Fund. We will be working on that to strengthen the capacities and the skills in those areas which are deficit, primarily in the area of innovation. So availability of financement will be. But of course, it is important to get the outcome that we all strive for. But what is important is to have a good number of good quality and mature projects for the forthcoming period, especially in this area. We should make a step forward. Only at the end of the program period, there were some capital and key investments that enabled development and growth. We should be faster now in that sense and make it possible to connect in better way the academic community and entrepreneurs through the existing structure, but also upgrading it, but also by investment, new additional funds in a new structure in order to achieve this synergy, which is key factor for this. But also the entrepreneurs with the ideas, they should position their idea or through some clusters or through some research project or with always collaboration with public sector, scientific community. In such a way, their project would be competitive for the attracting of the funds from European Union for all grants. This element is also very important. You cannot do it alone. An entrepreneur cannot act alone. He or she should find a way how to position his or her innovative ideas. Absolutely, I agree absolutely with you. So this first part of panel, we try to be positive what should be done, but let's revert to the part related to, I won't say problems, challenges. Which are the key challenges, Vice President of the Chamber of Economy? Which should be the key challenges? What do you think? Or let's call them problems in the whole story. What is going on? Okay, we have financement, we have infrastructure, but where are the key challenges? What we should pay more attention to? The establishment of any system is a process, we should say. You showed the examples of Silicon Valley, and so on, but we had the opportunity to see these successful innovative systems, something that has been developing in the last 50, 60 years. So we can expect some results in 2050. No. We will use their praxis, the examples. What I want you to say, if we look at the innovative system like it was 5 or 6 years ago and today, if we compare it, we will see some step forward in innovations. Well, in 2014, 2015, we just modestly talked about innovations, I could say. We made a step forward. Is this enough and sufficient in order to be competitive at European or world level is another issue. We always say that the number of investments in research, investments within GDP, then we have 0.8, now we are at 1.2%, then the financement of private sector is maybe 0.4 or 0.5%, though most of you scientists know that this is mostly done by method of interview, so it is always approximative. What are key challenges for us is that that system that has been established for now, with all its defaults, that it should be efficient. To have the efficient system, key issue for me is that the state authorities increase their capacities. We cannot do it without that. If we look at three stakeholders, companies, private sector, they understood that without investment in development and research, thanks God for grants, but also these financement funds and instruments with, at the end, a kind of capital deleted is more than welcome. And then in this way, if not, people would not invest in research and development. They will adapt. We can see that the companies are adapting. Scientific research institutions are working. They have a lot of funds. They should be made more directed towards the companies. I think that the latest ERI competition tender is going to stimulate this connection. But then we come to this key factor, crucial factor, and this is the human capital, human resources in state authorities. All these people that should organize tenders, implement them, they should be all better paid or better educated or helped to work better. It is only then when the whole system is going to be more efficient, because we cannot expect that someone who is working for 5,000 or 6,000 kunas is evaluating a project with value of several millions of euros. Not enough education, capability, and skills for doing that. They should be additionally educated for that. My personal impression is that we are working this more on a declarative level, and not that we are living this life, concrete life, like Silicon Valley. They are living this concrete life. We should start like this, and then everyone will do like this. Okay, at local, regional level, Mr. Pauk, do you see a long-term impact of pandemic on the challenges, on your position of your county in the context of financement of a new EU project of further development in forthcoming period? How much does it present a problem or a stimulus?
We will look at what we have realized as the Šibenik-Knin County. We have realized a lot. Most of our realization has been during the COVID period. And on the other side, we are approaching the end of all these projects, and we have much more knowledge than we had earlier. And I do not believe that it will be I do not believe that in the future what's waiting for us that we will stop this pandemic. I do not see a big influence. Maybe this is just simply said, but I am just connecting to the experience we have had until now. So we are going into a new mandate. Which are your key challenges? We will not mix politics with innovation. In any way, we are going into an innovation period. I said the other day that I would like to be a techno prefect, but this techno prefect in this technology, it has actually really happened as I wished. Robotics, sensorics, and when you mention all this, as the Vice President said, we see here a materimat, and we don't see anything else here. But this comes much closer to me than ever. We are going to get some kind of a center, and then we have hundreds of problems to solve, to position it, to get to the space area, administer everything. And that is something that we have our sea here, we have our submarine world and all this beauty that is sustainable, and that is in first place. And then when it gets involved with this high-tech technology, then this is a win-win situation in all aspects. So we have, last time, we had the Faculty of Electrotechnics and Computation. We had a conference, and we were there with them. And we had a vision what the ecosystem has created in the 10 years, and we have come to the idea that was very well accepted by the scientists to create 2,000 or 3,000 artificial fish that will have sensors, and they are autonomous, so you can collect all your data. That is the data science that Mr. Shepard was talking, and you will leave this artificial fish to go into the sea and the lakes, and you will gather all this data, and then you can predict what can happen if a trend of something in the future, there will be a lack of oxygen or some other solution. That's one vision, which is a nice vision. And also scientists have said that there has been a big discussion, and there they did not agree. Some said that it could happen, the others said that it could not happen. This is a motive for someone to prove that it is possible, and for those who say that it is not possible, to prove that. That is like a match of the Champions League, so or a Super League. So, Shime, how do you see on the, according to the ministry, at the position of the ministry, because this is lasting until the end of the year. In this part that I talked about, the programming and the financial envelope, the challenges are double, because Croatia is in a specific period now. I do not know if the public sees this, but we are between two cycles, 10-year cycles. On one side, we are finishing with the earlier envelope, and that is a lot of money that has been invested, and there is no end here from the finances of the EU for all the public investments that have happened in Croatia. They have all happened through European funds, and we are also programming with a lot of capacity and a lot of bodies from the local sector in the new financial envelope from the cohesive politics 2021-2027 until the end of 2029. That is a decade that is in front of us, and we are here defining the investment areas of the Republic of Croatia for the following period. And that is one of the instruments, and also for our capacities, that is a great challenge. It is the plan for recovery for the next generation EU, like a special instrument which have been an answer to the crisis, to the COVID situation, which is also at the end of April. It will go towards the Commission and then the evaluation of the Commission, and we as a state will be able to withdraw these funds much faster. We will have until 2026. It has to be implemented completely, and those will be two key sets of development in the following decade. We have to prepare the capacity for this. The private sector is that who will also have to be adequately answer to this, because without the public sector, we cannot spend these funds in a qualitative manner, and we have to underline our importances where we will invest, and we have to be smart enough to be able to be competitive in these investments. And all our strategic documents confirm this, that the priority here is the economic development, competitiveness, and innovation. That is the basis, because without this, we do not have any economy, we won't have any people returning, we will not have a basis. And here I see great possibilities in front of us, and occasions to be able, chances to be able to use this and to be able to spend all these capacities. And a small question in operative, when we got a lot of questions before the panel, which is the principle, maybe it's well known, but which is the principle of acquiring funds from the National Recovery Fund? Yes, that I have to ask this.
The first who comes to Zagreb receives. No, joking. Many people are asking that will be new two parallel systems. It's rather complicated. I could be talking for another half an hour about that. That is something that we will work on. That will be two systems: X system, NPO system. NPO system will be more according to the national regulations, doesn't have the logics of ESIC stuff, and should go in this direction, should be more simple. We will see if we will manage to achieve that. So through competent ministries, in our case, through Ministry of Development, Sustainable Development, and through Croatian Bank of Reconstruction and Development. These are key stakeholders in the economy that will allocate the funds and the grants, of course, as so far. So definitely it will go in that direction, but we still lack these concrete information for the entrepreneurs just to say, okay, this is the list of invitations and tenders, and it will go that and that. So we are sending our plan in Commission, then draft system, and then the list of tenders. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Nina Perko from the Ministry of Maritime Traffic should be with us. Oh, yes, she is with us online. Thank you, thank you. She's replacing Mr. Bilaver, who is with our Prime Minister in Split. Mrs. Perko, you are the Director of the Department of Marine Activities. How much is this important in this whole program of development, or how can you support and help private sector and research scientific sector to go further on in the development of marine activities? Good morning to everyone. This is a very interesting topic for us, and I would like to divide it in two segments. One part is the financement from funds that was in program period 14-20, where we went in the direction from the program of competitiveness and cohesion for the improvement of this connection of islands and the projects that were financed. First, we had National Plan of Development of Coastal Line Traffic, and then we have reconstructed certain ports within that project. And it is especially this second invitation for co-financement for the improvement of the port infrastructure in the function of this coastal line traffic. Just to say that here we have invested 1.2 billion of kunas, and we can also say that with the financement sources for projects from the sector of marine traffic in this last financement period until 20 was also financed some 7 projects of improvement in the port of Rijeka, and also the pilot project of LNG. All these projects have the target to in the implementation, additional points are certain innovative technologies, green technologies that have the final aim, the improvement of the marine traffic. This is one segment, and another segment is knowing that recognition that in projects with the tenders for concessions, in these projects additionally evaluated are new technologies. And what is the protection, environment protection, is also important at evaluating of these projects. Like in all projects, when you are giving concessions to the beaches, then you ask investment in protection of environment, innovative solutions, creating conditions that in the best way, what Prefect Pauk already said, what we are all talking about, sustainable development. So on one side that you have technologies that would enable that the economic use of utilization of the sea impact on ecosystem and life that is going on at our coast. Thank you. I think this is a good comment.
Thank you very much. I think that the main theme you have said here, and I would like to go to the ports and within the Innovamare project. In the past couple of months, we have created a technology offer request and some modules that are online, and we sent them to all the national parks and the ports and the potential institutions that need a technological solution for their work. And you wouldn't believe how we have seen that many ports have similar problems when they are looking for a relative solution for surveillance or prevention or some kind of monitoring of traffic, of transport. So within this digital platform Innovamare, there will also be a part that is connected to technology and which will continually be able to withdraw data and which technology is necessary and direct these towards the scientific research sector, which can give the solutions and then look for potential sources of financing and then how to finance these solutions. So it is very exceptionally important that the bigger the modernization and structure when we are talking about port administration, we here, they need new technologies to support the structure that they have. So from the position of the ministry, we have seen that the process is quite complicated, And we see that here we need what Mr. Radoš said, we need to improve our capacity. The Zadar County, through this entire process of infrastructure of the shareholders, have you seen any challenges in the future which, Mr. Elić, you would like to finance? Through the plan of development of the Zadar County and the project that go in that direction and are searching for financing, they're directed in that direction. And we have a close cooperation with the ministry and try to follow what the ministry is doing. And what Mr. Radoš said here, I can agree here that the public administration is now needs to be worked with, and on one hand, they lack support because money is the key here, but it's not this deciding factor, especially where young people need to learn and advance and to apply their knowledge, first of all in the public sector and then later on also in the private sector if needed. I think that this crisis has somehow in this area which you have here talked about, we think the tourism has been hibernating, and now we are in a phase where we are forced to make a turnover, and these projects will come in handy to be able to do our maximum now, considering that Zadar County has a lot of is rich in its agricultural sector. Such a project at the level of Dalmatia would come in handy in the private sector, in the agricultural sector, because it is much worse than in the fisheries sector. Yes, that absolutely is right. I would just like to add that COVID has definitely, we need to use this opportunity concerning these projects and the future center with the Šibenik County, because even Nice is dominant and it's a tourist center, but 40, 50 years ago they started with the technological park, Sofiantopolis, which is 20 kilometers distant from Nice, and that entire area was turned into an innovation center of Europe. And as Prefect Pauk said, they have not felt the COVID situation, and we need to take advantage of this and use all the billions that are available at the European Union, but just not to leave them as just a story that has not been used. I agree, because I see that we are working on many projects, and implementation is the key. And what we really need to work on is the capacity and the implementation of young people that will implement such projects to strengthen them. And now we are speaking about the Innovamare project at this panel, and we would like to say that we are planning Innovamare 2 already. In 2 or 3 years, we are already planning to continue with this innovation ecosystem and create a system which will increase the capacity of people, that it will be sustainable and be able to manage this whole process. And it is very important on how this will be implemented. It must be implemented in such a manner that those who are implementing it understand what will come out of this, not just as an indicator. We have a lot of EU processes with a check indicator. That is not enough, because what will we do later? The sustainability is connected not just to checking the indicators, but what to do further, what these indicators will do in the future. We are now coming to an end of the panel, and I would also ask the participants here, the speakers here, just to say a few concluding words, how they see in the future of the ecosystem and how they will support this, I hope. Okay, Šime.
On behalf of the Ministry of Development, I can say that blue growth a blue economy and innovations related to that, especially related to the Adriatic Croatia, is something where we will have smart specializations that we are now facing the opportunities for which we should know how to use, and I hope that these projects are mature, good quality, and we need educated people who will be able to implement all these projects that for which now it will be the opportunity for financement in the next period. So I ask everyone who would be interested now is the key moment to prepare good quality projects, and I'm sure that they will be able to find, if they will be on a good quality basis, that they will be able to find their model of financement within a new perspective, because related to the last perspective, we have more than double funds available for future period, and you saw how many things were built in last period, so we should have enough financement and funds for new projects, new investments. So I invite you to do the networking, to enter the partnership, and to finance your projects and prepare their project so that they will be acceptable for new period. This is a great challenge for us to direct our economy of our country towards the right path of competitiveness and development. So, Prefect, everything what we said is a kind of conclusion. Anyway, the continuation of such a project on technological innovations, especially when we talk about all these coastal counties that are related to the environment protection, sea and marine sector, definitely we could be a new, as you said, Silicon Valley, and in a Dalmatian way. I'm sure that we will do our best, and each new project of this kind opens new visions, new opinions. We are not always, all of us, able to think a long time in future, so you need something to be happen to show you the guideline and your future path. So I think that we are now in this phase, and I think we still need the basic infrastructure. But in these new envelopes, we will have these new structures, but we also will be doing on the technological projects like this one, and I think this will be a new step forward in a development of Croatia. Not to repeat, I would like that the whole national innovation system of Republic of Croatia be like one Innova Mare. I think Innova Mare is made by the book. All the stakeholders are included. The target is known, and the continuation of project is already known. If we would structure all the other projects like this, like Innova Mare, we won't have any problems. I'm extremely glad that such a conference is organized in Zadar, regardless of the fact that the county of Zadar is not a direct partner. No, don't mention that. Okay, I have a paper for you. Okay, we are giving all our support for this, and we will be maximally included. We will give our support at all levels to this project. And as I said, you said that you are thinking about Innova Mare too. I'm thinking about similar project in agriculture, and I'm sure we will find ourselves in this field. Anyway, we will continue to give support to projects like this one in future. The model of innovative ecosystem is one of the indicators that we should do, what we should do. So I think that I'm sure that we will prepare you a model that you can apply in any sector. The way we created Innova Mare will be kind of book how to create similar projects in agriculture, so you will be able to use it. Thank you. Let's go to our ministry, to Mr. Brčić, County of Split. Mrs. Nina in ministry, final word. Mrs. Nina Perko, sorry, I couldn't remember the last name. Yes, Perko is my last name. Can you hear me? Yes. Conclusion, final word. I heard part of you. I'd like just to say that the ministry, together with, in line with the European Green Plan in the new period, will give emphasis on the reduction of CO2 emission for 50% until 2050, and this is going to be achieved through modernization, through introduction of innovative technologies in traffic, and to increase of a number of vessels that are reconstructed or built purposely that would use some alternative fuels and some alternative energies. And in order to be able to keep the whole such system of public transport and all other marine transport, for which we know that ecologically is mostly acceptable, also the port infrastructure should adapt to this, meaning the supply of such new vessels, and this is something that we would like to say that the priority and politics in the new period would be the determination, identification in a national coastal marine transport, innovation, introduction of new technologies in connection, and the utilization of new ecologically more acceptable energies. Thank you. As for the energetics in marine transport, we think that when we mention RIMATS in car technology, I think this is very important when we talk in marine technology. Mr. Brčić, on behalf of County of Split and Dalmatia, not Mr. Šošić. I agree with you. Through implementation of these projects, we also noticed the biggest problem, and that is the lack of innovative projects. We have the infrastructure, we provide the financement, but no project, not enough projects. That's why we moved actively in that direction, and we gave ourselves task to start creating entrepreneur mindset at the university, so that we have an excellent collaboration with university through some projects like school, that we have more than 2,000 pupils that pass the education of coding, development of computer programs. The latest program is the learning of elements of artificial intelligence. In our e-school, we have over 100 pupils, children, that made excellent projects. So we should help the universities to articulate that in a new innovative projects, but which are directed towards the market. That's why we designed our projects in order to collaborate intensively with universities and to compensate what they lack, be it financially or with mentorship. So to direct everything towards the market, it is also important to communicate and collaborate with our communities, with companies. We are listening to their needs, and this is the only way to make a kind of collaboration among universities, companies, to direct them towards the market, and this is the only way how we can get new product. Otherwise, everything we do is not enough. And finally, from DG Mare, Mr. Shepherd, if you can give us...
Hello? Yes, it all sounded incredibly encouraging, the work that's going on in the Adriatic, in Croatia, and we can offer any support that you want. You can log into the Blue Invest platform and find support. We also have a project pipeline which can help you. There are some from Croatia there, so good luck in the rest of the meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your arrival today. So let's not stop just with words. Let's be concrete and let's implement this in future. Thank you very much.
small and medium-sized enterprises, and scientific research institutions to develop new innovative solutions in robotics and sensors to boost cooperation and open new markets.
Many people confuse the terms creativity with innovation. Creativity can be the act of a single individual, while innovation is not. Innovation requires many actors. That can be many individuals working together. It can be many companies collaborating, for example, suppliers and clients all together. But innovation requires also external stakeholders and external conditions, such as, for example, policymakers.
Where we have a challenge, we see opportunities. Opportunities for companies, research development institutions, and local and regional government to jointly develop new innovative solutions that could tackle this huge challenge.
For us, it's crucial to share and interact with stakeholders of both sides of the Adriatic Sea, so Croatians and Italians, in order to develop an integrated view at the present scale. So we believe that with Nova Mare we can work together for the future of the Adriatic Sea, sharing knowledge, technologies, data, and competencies.
The main goal of the Nova Mare project is to develop an innovation ecosystem through establishing a digital innovation hub in Šibenik with a branch in Italy, and as a digital tool, a cross-border interactive web platform. It will enable us to establish a network for cooperation, collaboration, exchange of knowledge and information for the development of innovative technological solutions that will have a significant impact on monitoring and prevention of sea pollution.
Među najugroženijim staništima obalnog područja Sredozemlja su livade Posidonije. Procjenjuje se da se u zadnjih 50 godina čak 30% ovih livada površina smanjila, a da će se u narednih 80 godina možda u potpunosti izgubiti funkcija ovog staništa koje je važno i za razmnožavanje različitih organizama, za obnovu ribljeg fonda, za pohranjivanje ugljičnog dioksida, smanjivanje erozije obale i cijeli niz drugih funkcija koje su bitni nama ljudima koji živimo na ovom području.
Ako pogledamo stanje pojedinih ključnih vrsta, možemo vidjeti sljedeće, da su srdela i inćun u stanju prelova i to već dugi niz godina, iako postoje određene naznake o poboljšanju stanja populacije, to je još daleko od onoga što bi se zvalo racionalna eksploatacija. I kočarski resursi su također u nepovoljnom stanju, na primjer Osiće u prelovu je škamp, u prelovu su kozice, međutim i oni pokazuju oporavke prvenstveno kao posljedica mjera koje smo poduzeli u zadnje vrijeme, one su dominantno na području Jabučke kotline.
Zajednički cilj gotovo svih tih istraživanja je prikupljanje podataka na osnovu kojih mi definiramo na koji način odgovorno upravljati iskorištavanjem tih resursa, isto također i zaštitu Jadranskog mora. Većina tih istraživanja koje provodimo bazira se na metodologiji korištenja posebnih ribolovnih alata za uzorkovanje i te na taj način prikupljamo podatke. S takvom metodologijom mi prikupljamo vrijedne podatke, takav način uzorkovanja ima i određene nedostatke, kao što je na primjer ograničenja alata uslijed njihove selektivnosti, koeficijenta lovnosti, ali isto također je bitno napomenuti da su ti alati tokom svog korištenja u biti destruktivni alati jer narušavaju stanje morskog dna također, isto kao što i sami ribolov.
Većina resursa koja nastanju Jadransko more su djeljive populacije, što znači da rade migracije u cijelom Jadranskom moru, te imaju rastilišta, na primjer u jednim zemljama, mrijestilišta u drugima i migracijski putovi se kreću kroz cijelo Jadransko more. Upravo zbog toga je potrebno da se sve mjere regulacije ribolova, ali i procjene stokova rade zajednički. I upravo na takav način i mi radimo. Sva istraživanja nad resursima Jadranskom moru radimo zajednički sa kolegama, prvenstveno iz Italije, i procjene stokova radimo na takav način. Te procjene stokova prezentiramo na Znanstvenom komitetu Europske unije, ali ih prezentiramo isto tako i na Znanstvenom komitetu Opće komisije za ribarstvo Mediterana.
Praćenje stanja morskih resursa, naravno uz kartiranje istih i identifikaciju samih prijetnji i rizika i pritisaka i aktivnosti koje se obavljaju na tom morskom području su neophodni ulazni podaci za dobro upravljanje morskim resursima. Praćenje stanja je jako skupo, što znači da iziskuje upotrebu plovila, da skupe oceanografske opreme i veliki broj ljudskih resursa. Upravo iz tog razloga kroz projekt Sushi Drop će se izraditi podvodno vozilo, odnosno bespilotna podvodna letjelica kojom će se uzorkovati znači područje te dobivani rezultati usporediti sa standardnim načinima uzorkovanja tradicionalno. Svi ti podaci znanstveni, oni će naravno služiti tijelima koji imaju istraživačke, odnosno koji imaju upravljačke interese. Sve mjere koje se donose za zaštitu tog područja se donose zapravo temeljem zajedničke ribarstvene politike koja na razini Europske unije upravlja ribarstvom i ribarskim resursima. Cilj zajedničke ribarstvene politike je promicanje održivog sektora ribarstva i akvakulture, naravno u jednom zdravom morskom okolišu. Sve mjere koje se donose temeljem te zajedničke ribarstvene politike, pritom mislim na nivou nacionalnom, znači strategije, planovi upravljanja morskim resursima, planovi upravljanja korištenja dakle određenih ribolovnih alata, kao i programi mjera, oni se donose za višegodišnje razdoblje. I na koncu se naravno uspoređuju prvo početni ciljevi sa na koncu postignutim rezultatima. Nadamo se sad da ćemo sa projektom Sushi Drop, odnosno ovom inovativnom tehnologijom, doprinijeti dobivanju točnih i pouzdanih informacija, a u cilju boljeg upravljanja upravo tim resursima.
Halo, se čujemo?
Čujemo se. Pozdrav svima.
Da te ne javim, pa možeš krenuti s prezentacijom, može? Dobar dan svima, evo nastavljamo sa drugim dijelom nakon panela. Ja bih zaista volio
We are continuing with the second part of
Mariju
the
Rejaković iz
panel.
Ministarstva regionalnog razvoja i fondova Europske unije koja vodi u stvari proces
I would like to introduce my colleague
osoba da nam prenese
who's working on the whole program of projecting, and she's the key person to explain us in which direction goes the blue growth economy field in Croatia. Maria, the floor is yours. Thank you, Matteo. I'd like to welcome all the participants of today's conference. And I'd like to thank to the organizers for the excellent organization of today's event. As Matteo said, I'm Maria Rajaković, and I am the head of the Department for EU funds, and I'm in charge for the coordination of all the conditions for the implementation of the EU funds for the forthcoming period, but I'm also coordinating the process of elaboration of project for industrial transition in Croatia for all the participants in this process. What is important to strengthen at the beginning, the process of industrial transition is something that all the world economies passed through in last and this century, but what is characteristic that the changes are now much faster, and this coordinated approach to the whole process of industrial transition is very important in order to enable the development of the new fields of economy and strengthen the regional competitiveness. I will introduce you with the very concept of the industrial transition, how this process is supported through European funds, how much this process is important for the Republic of Croatia, with the emphasis on the industrial transition for Republic of Croatia and the importance of the blue growth sector for Republic of Croatia. What is important and key to say at the beginning, as always when you talk about programming, we start from the strategic framework. Together with European Green Plan, the key element is EU Territorial Agenda until 2030. This is the key document with the emphasis on this polycentric development with the enhancing of the potentials of certain areas, investments that are specific for certain areas, and the process of industrial transition is one of the processes that uses this approach in order to develop competitiveness at the level of European Union. The region are primarily areas that had traditional industry, strong industrial centers, but also which lost their competitiveness and so far haven't used the global trends to revitalize their industry. If we want to have successful industrial transition, we should put emphasis on the strategic planning and preparation of transformation projects in collaboration between public and private and research sector in order to use all these politics that are available, be it industrial, innovative, original politics, and to make this efficient utilization of potentials that are available at certain areas. The elements of industrial transition are defined through pilot project by European Commission done in the period 2014-2020, where 20 regions, European regions, were chosen, with Slovenia and Litva, that passed this project through the process of industrial transition. What is important is that these elements refer primarily to the adaptation of industrial changes, introduction of structural changes in the economy, like modernization, diversification, or, if necessary, radical changes. What is also very important is the development of the skills for industrial transition, the solution of the unemployment, and finally also the social aspects should be taken into consideration, as well as adaptation to climate changes, all this in synergy with other public politics. In order to make efficient support to this industrial transition within the cohesion politics, European Commission supports the implementation of these mechanisms that will contribute to this industrial transition in European regions within strategic aim 1, Europe, smart Europe and a more competitive Europe. Such an approach to investment is important, where you should identify development challenges and potentials in economy of certain area, a certain region, and based on that to make a transformation roadmap and use all these mechanisms of a green transition in order to increase the competitiveness in a global sense. The fields of investment within the cohesion politics that are intended for industrial transition are those which usually contribute to the strengthening of competitiveness, strengthening of research and scientific research, transfer of technology, use of the process of technologization, development of skills for industrial transition and entrepreneurship, and those fields which are key for us, like support to the competitiveness and growth of medium and small entrepreneurs, in line with the new guidelines of European Commission for smart specialization related to the condition of the efficient implementation of smart specialization. There are two things that should be underlined. The first is the mission-oriented RID, the key social challenges of European Union, something that will enable a new transition, which was set as the main priority within the rehabilitation plan and European Green Plan. At the mission-oriented R&D, we had the example at the time of this global crisis caused by the pandemic, where practically through various instruments, European Commission tried to improve the development of the health sector, and over 80 billions of euros were invested as the reply to this today's key world challenge. The same could be applied to the other challenges related to, for example, climate changes, environment pollution, and all other elements that are characteristic for all member states and all regions of Europe. Another emphasis would be on this place-based approach, so aimed investments in order to contribute to this industrial transition and to make together strategic partnerships for innovation and transformation projects that would enable the development and strengthening of the regional competitiveness. What is also important is to connect the whole story. I already mentioned the criteria that are set by European Commission for using of EU funds for the project Smart and More Competitive Europe, which is the good management of national strategy that, unlike the previous period when it was sufficient to just adopt the strategy of smart specialization, now there are many other elements that refer to the efficient management of the process itself. Then the establishment of the efficient innovative system, efficient activity of the entrepreneurship stimulation, and what is important for us, this has been set as one of the key criteria that all the member states and regions that are within this process should meet. A good example of this industrial transition in the Republic of Croatia, the European Commission is using this example when talking about this process, is the example when within the traditional sector of automobile sector, we found a new niche. This is electrical mobility with much of added value, where Croatia can be one of the leaders in this area, regardless of other countries that have strong automobile industry. But here, with the small innovative companies like Rimac company, we could reach completely new sector that would enable strengthening of the regional competitiveness, in this way, in this case, Zagreb County, but also what is more important, to position Croatia at the global map of these new niches of much greater additional added value. What is also important to mention for Croatia is that now all these activities of industrial transformation will be financed from EU funds through operative program that is intended for the development of region, integrated operative program for the period 21-27, where we will have such place-based investments that will enable the transformation of our regions. The very process of industrial transformation is very important for the Republic of Croatia, as we are still as if we talk about regional and national competitiveness, we are at the back of European Union, and this is such a process can enable us to move forward towards to have a better position at all the levels of competitiveness. This was also something that was recognized by the national strategy of Republic of Croatia, which is the first such strategic document that identifies the priorities of development, of long-term development. What the strategy puts based as the basis are 4 directions. One is equal regional development, and within this, smart specialization and improvement of the position of regional industrialization. Within this priority, we have various activities that are defined, that are potential future policy mix, and you will see that they are in line with what was said by the European Commission, this pilot for industrial transition. First of all, the development of regional infrastructure that will contribute to strengthening of the activities of the region to attract the investments, then establishment of the eco-innovative systems for entrepreneurs, support to the development of the medium and small entrepreneurs, position of the regional economy through the processes of diversification and modernization, tourist valorization of cultural heritage, development of smart activities, and the branding and internalization of regional economy. All these activities make a future policy mix for industrial transition that will be the basis for the elaboration of transformation projects. Related to the Adriatic Croatia, I already mentioned that the plans for this are made for the areas that are already in industrial transition. In Republic of Croatia, we will have 4 such regions: Panonska, so northern Croatia, city of Zagreb, and Adriatic Croatia. And for 3 of them, for Adriatic, Pannonia, and North Croatia, a plan for industrial transition will be made. First plan was started through a pilot project that we have in collaboration with World Bank for the area of Pannonia, Croatia, where we have added this project and adapted it more to the needs of the Republic of Croatia, so that here we have the methodology for industrial transition in the Republic of Croatia. And then this will be applied also to the plan for elaboration for industrial transition for northern and Adriatic Croatia. What is important to say for Adriatic Croatia is that it makes over 1,380,000 population of 1,300,000, and it is at 57.4% of GDP of European Union. It belongs to the second category of non-developed regions, and in line with that, entrepreneurs in Adriatic Croatia will have a maximum intensity intensity of support for 15% more than they had in the period 14-20, when Croatia was divided in two such regions, continental and Adriatic regions. They will get more incentives if they start to do more investments using regional incentives. Medium entrepreneurs 50%, while small entrepreneurs would be able to get 60% of the maximum intensity of incentives. You can see that there is a big difference related to the city of Zagreb, which is at the moment 109% of the percentage of European Union. And so according to that, we will try through public funds to direct the money coming from public sources to the areas where we don't have so much developed economy and where we should increase competitiveness. The purpose of these plans for industrial transition is to define the strategic basis and directions of changes, but also to make a strategic framework for using of the funds for strengthening of regional competitiveness for the period 21-27, and what is also very important, to create new models of strategic partnership at the level of region, be it public-private partnership or public and research scientific sector. So all these connections that we need in order to be able to give this basis to start the economy in some new direction, to move the economy in new directions with a lot more of added value, with greater income for our population. We have divided the process itself in 4 phases. First phase is characteristics, starts with the regional diagnostics and identification of challenges and potentials. Then we start with the process of strategic planning, identification of the horizontal targets, and then elaboration of roadmaps for transformation of region, and then finally mapping of the project itself. What is very important that before that we have the establishment of the institutional framework, which in Pannonian Croatia was already made. In Northern and Adriatic Croatia we still have to establish these coordination councils. The institution composed by county prefect of all the counties that are included in this region. The first session is going to be held very soon, and coordination council should confirm the priority sectors, and then the whole process will start. And we also have the establishment of the working team composed by regional coordinators, county prefects, and supported by the Ministry of Regional Development. And for each of priority sectors in certain region, there will be some leadership groups established with entrepreneurs who are key stakeholders for this whole process of identification of new niches of economic growth. We received a proposal from regional coordinators. They are now preparing the plan of the development of counties, and based on all the analysis done and based on the analysis of the economy, some 5 key priority sectors were identified for the Adriatic Croatia, which should be additionally confirmed by Coordination Council to start with this process. First refers to the servicing sector, including ICT, cultural, smart tourism. Second sector is important for today's sector. This is the blue growth sector, which is very important for the Adriatic Croatia, primarily because the Republic of Croatia is one of several countries, together with Greece and Spain, that has more than 5% of the blue growth within GDP. Croatia has something more than 8%. And what is very important is that concentration of all the activities within blue growth is done on the territory of the Adriatic Croatia, which is logical as it is at the Adriatic Sea. And what is also very important, which are the key niches that have been recognized at the moment that should be the core of the future development of the blue growth economy: manufacturing and preparation of boats, agriculture, aquaculture, marine culture, then the sector of blue growth for all the sectors that are based on natural resources like food, but also green growth, green technology, green tourism, and then the sector of health, including pharmaceutical issues, production, manufacturing of food, protection of health, and then smart technology, all the technologies and IT solutions that we will need for improvement of activities of our key sectors in Adriatic Croatia. The sector of blue growth is something that will be very important in the process of industrial transition, because in each subsector we will be looking for new niches which will have added value and which will contribute to upgrading of competitiveness. Why the sector of blue growth is important for Adriatic Croatia? Because it generates a lot of new jobs. 180,000 people received jobs in sector of blue growth in Adriatic Croatia, with GDP with over 6 billion kunas, and contributes to national economy and over 10% to the total number of jobs in Croatia. Potential niches based on the analysis done. This process, as I mentioned, will be implemented like a process of entrepreneurship discovering, but some directions are green shipbuilding, smart hotels, smart fishing, luxury tourism, and blue technology, smart technology is the key of all this development of this kind of technology. So much from me, and which is related to everything you've been talking about within this conference for blue growth.
Dear Mrs. Rajakovic, thank you very much for your presentation. It was exceptionally interesting, and it shows that the direction in which we are going with the project in Nova Mare, it is going in the direction of strategic planning, and we believe that we will realize new projects will arise and concerning scientific and research institutions, so we can draw these funds and priorities that you have mentioned. Thank you, and I wish you a good day. Thank you, Matteo, and I wish you a good day for today and for tomorrow. And I think that tomorrow there will be many conferences and a platform for connecting all the participants in this blue economy and the national programs. First of all, the overboard programs and the programs of Adrian, where we can jointly work onto the blue growth. Thank you. Thank you. We are continuing with another presentation of possibilities of financing, and we are going to funds of operative funds of Croatia with Horizon, which is very important for the scientific community. Horizon was earlier not well known. Very few funds were drawn from there because Croatia was 27th of 28 countries in withdrawing funds for Horizon. But now we have Mrs. Vlatka Mikulčić Godinic with her, who is a doctor, a PhD, and she will give us a short overview of being able to withdraw funds for financing. We can hear, yes, we can hear you. Good day to you. I will share the screen also, so we will be able to see each other.
Super, vidi se.
Very good.
Možete samo staviti to u PDF-u ili
if you can put that on PDF, on PowerPoint, the presentation. Is it good now? Yes. Yes, thank you very much. I will give my presentation in English.
To this roundtable conference to share the information about the next EU Research and Innovation Investment Program, that is Horizon Europe. It was a great pleasure to listen to such an inspiring talk of colleague Ms. Rajakovic from Ministry of Regional Development and EU Funds, and I fully agree with all the points she made. And I certainly hope that European Commission during the strategic planning process will give us more guidelines how to make synergies between EU funds and Horizon Europe. And also, I am glad that Mr. Ian Shepherd from DG Mare mentioned several strategic documents. So Green Deal, Farm to Fork, and Biodiversity Strategy are cornerstones of the Horizon Europe. So I will also mention them during my presentation. So I work at the Agency for Mobility and EU programs as a senior advisor and NCP for 2 clusters in Horizon Europe. So I'm a national contact point for Cluster 6 in Horizon Europe: food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture, and environment. So Agency for Mobility and EU programs is a national agency responsible for the implementation of the Horizon Europe, Euraccess Initiative, and Erasmus programs. So in the Department for Thematic Areas of EU framework programs, led by Ms. Mirjana Vuk, so the agency is hosting most of the Croatian Horizon Europe NCPs. So who are the NCPs? NCPs are national contact points for Horizon Europe, established and financed by governments of the 27 EU member states. So we as NCPs give personalized support on the spot for the applicants in their own languages in pre-award and post-award phases of the Horizon Europe project. So NCPs are somewhat messengers of the Horizon Europe to national stakeholders, and I will explain our services later in the presentation. So here it is. So the Horizon Europe, the new EU Research and Innovation Program, so is the multi-annual framework program for research and innovation. It has a budget of around 95.5 billion euros for 7 years. So this represents a 30% increase vis-à-vis the current research and innovation program Horizon 2020. Actually, this makes this program the most ambitious research and innovation program in the world. So what is the vision of Horizon Europe? So Horizon Europe will maximize its impact and deliver on EU strategic priorities. So it will help to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It will strengthen EU science and technology by increasing investment in highly skilled people and research. And also it will foster EU's industrial competitiveness and its innovation performance. So the strategic plan 2021 until 2024 defines the key strategic orientations for the first 4 years of the Horizon Europe. It sets out the research and innovation priorities to support a sustainable recovery and further accelerating the twin green and digital transitions. In order to ensure the broadest possible ownership and optimize the overall effect of Horizon Europe, this strategic plan has been prepared following an ambitious co-design process between European Commission, Member States, European Parliament, broad stakeholders, and the public at large. So it was adopted in March 2021 and is available at this link. Here on this slide, an outline of parts of Horizon Europe is shown in this graphic. So through 3 pillars and the specific parts of the program, Horizon Europe will promote excellence and provide valuable support to top researchers and innovators. So here in Pillar 1, it will drive scientific excellence through ERC funded projects to enable our most excellent researchers to push the frontiers of knowledge. The MSCA fellowships and exchanges will help the best talent and young researchers to expand on their knowledge and skills. And the Europe will benefit from the top world-class research infrastructures. This program in Pillar 2 will also support collaborative research relating to the social challenges through thematic clusters. So we have 6 thematic clusters in Horizon Europe that address the full spectrum of global challenges. For example, it's Cluster 6, food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture and environment will reduce environmental degradation, reverse the decline of biodiversity, and better manage natural resources. Also in Pillar 2, the program sets out the EU missions with ambitious goals and partnerships. It also includes activities pursued by the Joint Research Center. And in Pillar 3, the program will introduce new features, such as European Innovation Council, part of the program, European Innovation Ecosystems, and here is a European Institute of Innovation and Technology, EIT, that has its own separate program. So, as knowledge has no territorial boundaries, through widening participation in this part of the program, Horizon Europe will also encourage participation of all member states, trying to decrease the research and innovation gap and strengthen the European research area through a wide spectrum of measures to support lower research and innovation performing countries. Among those is Croatia. So we have already heard that Croatia is modest to moderate innovator. So it is eligible for funding under these actions to build up excellence centers, to improve capacity and facilitate collaborative links. So in this part of the program, 3.3% of the program's budget will be allocated to these actions. So Horizon Europe will be implemented also through the European Defence Fund and complemented by the Euratom Research and Training Program. So what is a work program? So you probably wonder, what research will Horizon Europe fund? When will the European Commission publish calls for grant applications? All this is in the detailed work programs that the Commission has been drafting for months. So the preparations of work programs involves the consultation of stakeholders. So the main program covers the following components of the Horizon Europe. So MSCA actions and research infrastructures from Pillar 1, all clusters for Pillar 2, European innovation ecosystems for Pillar 3, and the widening actions. So the main program for 2021-22 is made up of 13 parts. So introduction, 11 parts that have been mentioned above, and one on the general annexes. So work programs are still, most of them are still not adopted by the European Commission and are expected to be published in May. So nevertheless, you can sneak peek at the latest draft versions of the programs at expert group meeting pages. So here you have a draft work programs where you can already see the calls using this link. But any official information will be published at the Funding and Tender Opportunities portal once the work programs are adopted by the European Commission. So in Horizon Europe, a budget and structure fully fit its ambitions. So in Pillar 1, European Research Council will be funded with 16 billion euros. MSCA actions with 6.6 billion euros, research infrastructures 2.4 billion euros. In Pillar 2, as I said, we have 6 clusters, missions and partnerships in this Pillar 2, and also the GRC. So the available funding for Pillar 2 is 53.5 billion euros. In Pillar 3, Innovative Europe, European Commission will stimulate market-creating breakthroughs and ecosystems. So for EIC and European Innovation Ecosystems, there are available 10.6 billion euros, and European Institute of Innovation and Technology with 3 billion euros. So the previous Horizon 2020 program has been the subject of interim evaluation by the Council of the European Union. They asked the Commission and the Member States to work together in order to further develop the European research area and stress the need to ensure coherence with other EU funding programs. So we have several novelties in Horizon Europe based on this evaluation. So this is European Innovation Council, new approach by EU missions. Also, we have a new approach to partnerships that have been reduced in a number. Proposal have to address the open science policy. We have extended association possibilities, strengthening international cooperation, and significant amount of budget is available for spreading excellence and widening. I have mentioned the EU missions, but I don't have final information that I can provide you with on that, because the missions are still in preparatory phase. Nevertheless, EU missions aim to tackle issues that affect our daily lives, so European missions will focus on ambitious, time-bound and achievable goals to deliver on common European goods. They aim at achieving by 2030 3 million lives saved from cancer disease, 100 climate neutral cities, healthy oceans, seas and internal waters. Also, a number of European partnerships will encourage wide participation of partners covering critical areas such as energy, transport, biodiversity, health, food and circularity. So who can participate and how to apply? So all funding information and details on how to apply are on the centralized portal, funding and tenders portal for applicants. In addition to offering a wide range of industrial and scientific topics and fields for scientists and innovators, Horizon Europe aims to lower entry barriers for participants. It is really open to everyone. Research institutions, academia, small companies, industry, private research entities, NGOs, and even rare in some cases, even physical entities for instruments such as fellowships and prizes. So I suspect that most of you would be interested in Cluster 6, call for proposals. The underlying paradigm of Cluster 6, food bioeconomy environment, is the need for transformative change of the EU economy and society in order to reduce environmental degradation. So the Horizon Europe future calls are integrated into 7 destinations in the work program. So the work program will be out in May and the first call will be published. So these destinations provide the policy narrative for the calls and actions. So these are the ultimate goals to be achieved, so-called desired impact. So what will Horizon Europe fund? So in services. So the biodiversity strategy for 2030 is cornerstone of the European Green Deal. With the Green Deal's do no significant harm vision, EU policies will become more biodiversity friendly, focusing more on sustainable use of ecosystems. So in Destination 2, Horizon Europe will support farmers to manage land, soil, water and nutrients in new sustainable way. So sustainable fisheries and aquaculture contribute directly to the environment-friendly, inclusive, safe and healthy food. So in Destination 3, that is called Circular Economy and Bioeconomy Sector calls, Horizon Europe will support circularity with less waste and more value by extending the lifetime and retaining the value of products and materials. In Destination 4, we all know the ocean is being polluted and destroyed due to the release of substances or energy in marine waters. So calls in Destination 4 will address this problem. So in Destination 5, Land, Ocean, Water for Climate Action, there is a growing political awareness of the importance of ocean and polar regions also as an integral part of the Earth's climate system. So the proposals will address land, ocean and water for climate action in Destination 5. So in Destination 6, we know that urban communities generally offer better access to many services, but are also more vulnerable to supply chain disruptions, as shown during the COVID pandemic. So knowledge and innovative solutions need to be developed under this Destination 6 to enhance every community's resilience. And last but not least, in Destination 7, Research and innovation activities under this destination aim at both experimenting with new ways to govern the transition process and modernizing the governance. So now back to Horizon 2020 and Croatian participation in Horizon 2020. I have to correct a colleague who introduced my presentation. So Croatia is actually by success rate actually on 23rd place out of 27 now EU member states. So Horizon 2020 was the largest EU program funding research and innovation with nearly 80 billion available for applicants. So here you can see how Croatia participated in Horizon with 521 projects financed out of 3,530 submitted applications. So success rate for Croatia is 13.7%. So Croatian organizations have won Horizon 2020 funding 121 million euros through this extremely competitive program, which often means competing with the leading organization and the most prominent researchers in Europe. Total 220 Croatian organizations were involved in Horizon 2020, and almost 1/3 was from the business sector. So in the area of food security, sustainable agriculture and forestry, marine, maritime and inland water research, and the bioeconomy. So the projects were very impactful. So the project resulted with 285 deliverables for more than 230 scientific peer-reviewed paper and conference proceedings, more than 40 doctoral theses, more than 100 chapters in books, videos, websites, and over 50 new products, processes, services from TRL level 1 to 2 to 8 and 9. So I can just mention a project, Parafish Control, that actually developed advanced tools and research strategies for parasite control in European farmed fish, and they applied several patents. I just want to say that Croatian national support system is somewhat decentralized, but nevertheless it is highly coordinated. So besides in the agency for mobility and EU programs, several NCPs are located in the Ministry of Science and Education, Croatian Agency for SMEs and Investment Hamag Bicro, Ministry of Interior, University Computing Center, Croatian Science Foundation. And we have a national NCP coordinator at Ministry of Science and Education, and it acts as a representative of the Republic of Croatia in the strategic communication. And we also have program committee members in the national support system. So these are the experts from universities and institutes that are also representatives in the European Commission. This is a Croatian web page dedicated to Horizon Europe. So I invite you to visit this page. So it's www.obzoreuropa.hr. So you can visit our home pages by entering the single entry page. You can download reports and publications. You can register for the newsletters and events. You can get informed about the service portfolio. You can find your NCP, PCM, and the calls. So you can register at this website to receive all the information about the program. So you can find also the contacts of the national contact points and the PCMs. Nevertheless, you can find your NCP by thematic area, and also you can find horizontal NCPs, because probably most of you will need some sort of legal and financial support during the preparation of your proposals. So these are the contacts of these NCPs. And I would like to announce some future events. So European Commission will held 8 thematic info days per cluster in May. It will give webinar, funding and tender portal for dummies, On 28th of May, there is a brokerage event for Cluster 6, and I invite you to follow our web page, www.obzoreuropa.hr, and apply for this brokerage event. There are many opportunities for networking there. So European Commission will give specialized webinars on certain parts of Horizon Europe, and we will have info days at AGC and Mobility of EU programs. And there is a big conference, two-day event that will bring together policymakers, researchers, entrepreneurs. So it's on 23rd and 24th of June. So it allows everyone to get involved from anywhere. In conclusion, I would like to say that the results of the Croatian participation in Horizon 2020 may be seen as modest on the EU level, but they have an important impact on the positive changes in the Croatian research and business community and its visibility through Europe. Accordingly, the Ministry of Science and Education has launched several measures to support Croatian organizations aiming to increase their participation and success rate in Horizon Europe. So we thus hope to see even more success stories with clear impact on the development of new innovative products and services, but also solutions for the benefit of our society in Croatia. So stay tuned for more news and updates by following our web pages. And I thank you for your attention, and this is my contact, so you can address all the questions here. We will be glad to answer.
Hvala, evo zahvaljujem gospođi
Thank you. Thank Mrs. Vlatka
Godinić
Mikulčić. This was a really excellent presentation from which we can see how Horizon program is continuing, what it has achieved so far, and that is that within scientific community there is a certain number of projects financed from Horizon, good quality projects, and we should upgrade this level in the new period so that these results, outcomes could be applied in some certain fields of economy or society. So with this we conclude the first part of our work. We will have a lunch break of 1 hour. So I kindly ask all the participants who are online to continue following us at 2 p.m. when we have Roundtable 2, where we will talk about the role of science in generating a stronger innovation ecosystem. I think this is an extremely important topic because, as we could have seen at the beginning, the key is in future development is the collaboration between science and the economy. So let's have a look what science can do in order to make this ecosystem more innovative. So break. We are back at 2 p.m. with the next panel. Thank you.
The seas and oceans are our greatest source of biodiversity. They cover 71% of the Earth's surface and contain 90% of the biosphere. European marine waters cover 3 million square kilometers, equaling the total landmass of Europe. 50% of Europe's territory is under the sea. The Adriatic Sea is facing major impacts from overfishing and pollution, which is the result of discarded plastic objects. Oil pollution, which can lead to significant poisoning and death of fish, as well as the disappearance of the plant world on which human health also depends. The Inua Mare journey began a year and a half ago with understanding how huge the problem of sea pollution is and how it will affect us in the near future. Sea pollution doesn't affect only the environment and its biodiversity, but also has a significant economical effect on sectors such as traffic, aquaculture, tourism, etc. By learning more about this problem we saw an opportunity for SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, and scientific research institutions to develop new innovative solutions in robotics and sensors to boost cooperation and open new markets.
Many people confuse the terms creativity with innovation. Creativity can be the act of a single individual, while innovation is not. Innovation requires many actors. That can be many individuals working together. It can be many companies collaborating, for example, suppliers and clients all together. But innovation requires also external stakeholders and external conditions, such as, for example, policymakers.
Where we have a challenge, we see opportunities. Opportunities for companies, research development institutions, and local and regional government to jointly develop new innovative solutions that could tackle this huge challenge.
For us, it's crucial to share and interact with stakeholders of both sides of the Adriatic Sea, so Croatians and Italians, in order to develop an integrated view at the business scale.
So we believe that with Novamare we can work together for the future of the Adriatic Sea, sharing knowledge, technologies, data, and competencies.
The main goal of the Innoamare project is to develop an innovation ecosystem through establishing a digital innovation hub in Šibenik with a branch in Italy and as a digital tool, a cross-border interactive web platform. It will enable us to establish a network for cooperation, collaboration, exchange of knowledge and information for the development of innovative technological solutions that will have a significant impact on monitoring and prevention of sea pollution.
Među najugroženijim staništima obalnog područja Sredozemlja su livade Posidonije. Procjenjuje se da se u zadnjih 50 godina čak 30% ovih livada površina smanjila, a da će se u narednih 80 godina možda u potpunosti izgubiti funkcija ovog staništa koje je važno i za razmnožavanje različitih organizama, za obnovu ribljeg fonda, za pohranjivanje ugljičnog dioksida, smanjivanje erozije obale i cijeli niz drugih funkcija koji su bitni nama ljudima koji živimo na ovom području.
Ako pogledamo stanje pojedinih ključnih vrsta, možemo vidjeti sljedeće, da su srdela inčun u stanju prelova i to već dugi niz godina, iako postoje određene naznake o poboljšanju stanja populacije, to je još daleko od onoga što bi se zvalo racionalna eksploatacija. I kočarski resursi su također u nepovoljnom stanju, na primjer osjećaj u prelovu je škamp, u prelovu su kozice, međutim i oni pokazuju oporavke prvenstveno kao posljedica mjera koje smo poduzeli u zadnje vrijeme, one su dominantno na području Jabučke kotline.
Zajednički cilj gotovo svih tih istraživanja je prikupljanje podataka na osnovu kojih mi definiramo na koji način odgovorno upravljati iskorištavanjem tih resursa, isto također i zaštitu Jadranskog mora. Većina tih istraživanja koje provodimo bazira se na metodologiji korištenja posebnih ribolovnih alata za uzorkovanje i te na taj način prikupljamo podatke. S takvom metodologijom mi prikupljamo vrijedne podatke, takav način uzorkovanja ima i određene nedostatke, kao što je na primjer ograničenja alata uslijed njihove selektivnosti, koeficijenta lovnosti, ali isto također je bitno napomenuti da su ti alati tokom svog korištenja u biti destruktivni alati jer narušavaju stanje morskog dna također isto kao što i sami ribolov.
Većina resursa koja nastanju Jadransko more su djeljive populacije, što znači da rade migracije u cijelom Jadranskom moru, te imaju rastilišta, na primjer u jednim zemljama, mrijestilišta u drugima i migracijski putovi se kreću kroz cijelo Jadransko more. Upravo zbog toga je potrebno da se sve mjere regulacije ribolova, ali i procjene stokova rade zajednički. I upravo na takav način i mi radimo. Sva istraživanja nad resursima Jadranskom moru radimo zajednički sa kolegama prvenstveno iz Italije i procjene stokova radimo na takav način. Te procjene stokova prezentiramo na Znanstvenom komitetu Europske unije, ali ih prezentiramo isto tako i na Znanstvenom komitetu Opće komisije za ribarstvo Mediterana.
Praćenje stanja morskih resursa, naravno uz kartiranje istih i identifikaciju samih prijetnji i rizika i pritisaka i aktivnosti koje se obavljaju na tom morskom području su neophodni ulazni podaci za dobro upravljanje morskim resursima. Praćenje stanja je jako skupo, što znači da iziskuje upotrebu plovila, da skupe oceanografske opreme i veliki broj ljudskih resursa. Upravo iz tog razloga kroz projekt Suši Drop će se izraditi podvodno vozilo, odnosno bespilotna podvodna letjelica kojom će se uzorkovati područje te dobivani rezultati usporediti sa standardnim načinima uzorkovanja tradicionalno. Svi ti podaci znanstveni, oni će naravno služiti tijelima koji imaju istraživačke, odnosno koji imaju upravljačke
toga što bi se zvalo racionalna eksploatacija. I kočarski resursi su također u nepovoljnom stanju, na primjer osjećaj u prelovu je škamp, u prelovu su kozice, međutim i oni pokazuju oporavke prvenstveno kao posljedica mjera koje smo poduzeli u zadnje vrijeme, one su dominantno na području Jabučke kotline.
Zajednički cilj gotovo svih tih istraživanja je prikupljanje podataka na osnovu kojih mi definiramo na koji način odgovorno upravljati iskorištavanjem tih resursa, isto također i zaštitu Jadranskog mora. Većina tih istraživanja koje provodimo bazira se na metodologiji korištenja posebnih ribolovnih alata za uzorkovanje i te na taj način prikupljamo podatke. S takvom metodologijom mi prikupljamo vrijedne podatke, takav način uzorkovanja ima i određene nedostatke, kao što je na primjer ograničenja alata uslijed njihove selektivnosti, koeficijenta lovnosti, ali isto također je bitno napomenuti da su ti alati tokom svog korištenja u biti destruktivni alati jer narušavaju stanje morskog dna također isto kao što i sami ribolov.
Većina resursa koja nastanju Jadransko more su djeljive populacije, što znači da rade migracije u cijelom Jadranskom moru, te imaju rastilišta, na primjer u jednim zemljama, mrijestilišta u drugima i migracijski putovi se kreću kroz cijelo Jadransko more. Upravo zbog toga je potrebno da se sve mjere regulacije ribolova, ali i procjene stokova rade zajednički. I upravo na takav način i mi radimo. Sva istraživanja nad resursima Jadranskom moru radimo zajednički sa kolegama prvenstveno iz Italije i procjene stokova radimo na takav način. Te procjene stokova prezentiramo na Znanstvenom komitetu Europske unije, ali ih prezentiramo isto tako i na Znanstvenom komitetu Opće komisije za ribarstvo Mediterana.
Praćenje stanja morskih resursa, naravno uz kartiranje istih i identifikaciju samih prijetnji i rizika i pritisaka i aktivnosti koje se obavljaju na tom morskom području su neophodni ulazni podaci za dobro upravljanje morskim resursima. Praćenje stanja je jako skupo, što znači da iziskuje upotrebu plovila, da skupe oceanografske opreme i veliki broj ljudskih resursa. Upravo iz tog razloga kroz projekt Suši Drop će se izraditi podvodno vozilo, odnosno bespilotna podvodna letjelica kojom će se uzorkovati znači područje te dobiveni rezultati usporediti sa standardnim načinima uzorkovanja tradicionalno. Svi ti podaci znanstveni oni će naravno služiti tijelima koji imaju istraživačke, odnosno koji imaju upravljačke interese. Sve mjere koje se donose za zaštitu tog područja se donose zapravo temeljem zajedničke ribarstvene politike koja na razini Europske unije upravlja ribarstvom i ribarskim resursima. Cilj zajedničke ribarstvene politike je promicanje održivog sektora ribarstva i akvakulture, naravno u jednom zdravom morskom okolišu. Sve mjere koje se donose temeljem te zajedničke ribarstvene politike, a pritom mislim na nivou nacionalnom, znači strategije, planovi upravljanja morskim resursima, planovi upravljanja korištenja dakle određenih ribolovnih alata, kao i programi mjera, oni se donose za višegodišnje razdoblje i na koncu se naravno uspoređuju prvo početni ciljevi sa na koncu postignutim rezultatima. Nadamo se sad da ćemo sa projektom Suši Drop, odnosno ovom inovativnom tehnologijom, doprinijeti dobivanju točnih i pouzdanih informacija, a u cilju boljeg upravljanja upravo tim resursima.
The seas and oceans are our greatest source of biodiversity. They cover 71% of the Earth's surface and contain 90% of the biosphere. European marine waters cover 3 million square kilometers, equaling the total landmass of Europe. 50% of Europe's territory is under the sea. The Adriatic Sea is facing major impacts from overfishing and pollution, which is the result of discarded plastic objects. Oil pollution, which can lead to significant poisoning and death of fish, as well as the disappearance of the plant world on which human health also depends. The Inawamare journey began a year and a half ago with understanding how huge the problem of sea pollution is and how it will affect us in the near future. Sea pollution doesn't affect only the environment and its biodiversity, but also has a significant economical effect on sectors such as traffic, aquaculture, tourism, etc. By learning more about this problem, we saw an opportunity for SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, and scientific research institutions to develop new innovative solutions in robotics and sensors to boost cooperation and open new markets.
Many people confuse the terms creativity with innovation. Creativity can be the act of a single individual, while innovation is not. Innovation requires many actors. That can be many individuals working together. It can be many companies collaborating, for example, suppliers and clients all together. But innovation requires also external stakeholders and external conditions, such as, for example, policymakers.
Where we have a challenge, we see opportunities. Opportunities for companies, research development institutions, and local and regional government to jointly develop new innovative solutions that could tackle this huge challenge.
For us, it's crucial to share and interact with stakeholders of both sides of the Adriatic Sea, so Croatians and Italians, in order to develop an integrated view at the basin scale.
So we believe that with Novamare we can work together for the future of the Adriatic Sea, sharing knowledge, technologies, data, and competencies.
Mare project is to develop an innovation ecosystem through establishing a digital innovation hub in Šibenik with a branch in Italy and as a digital tool, a cross-border interactive web platform. It will enable us to establish a network for cooperation, collaboration, exchange of knowledge and information for the development of innovative technological solutions that will have a significant impact on monitoring and prevention of sea pollution.
Među najugroženijim staništima obalnog područja Sredozemlja su livade Posidonije. Procjenjuje se da se u zadnjih 50 godina čak 30% ovih livada površina smanjila, a da će se u narednih 80 godina možda u potpunosti izgubiti funkcija ovog staništa koje je važno i za razmnožavanje različitih organizama, za obnovu ribljeg fonda, za pohranjivanje ugljičnog dioksida, smanjivanje erozije obale i cijeli niz drugih funkcija koji su bitni nama ljudima koji živimo na ovom području.
Ako pogledamo stanje pojedinih ključnih vrsta, možemo vidjeti sljedeće, da su srdela i inćun u stanju prelova i to već dugi niz godina, iako postoje određene naznake o poboljšanju stanja populacije, to je još daleko od onoga što bi se zvalo racionalna eksploatacija. I kočarski resursi su također u nepovoljnom stanju, na primjer osjećaj u prelovu je škamp, u prelovu su kozice, međutim i oni pokazuju oporavke prvenstveno kao posljedica mjera koje smo poduzeli u zadnje vrijeme, one su dominantno na području Jabučke kotline.
Zajednički cilj gotovo svih tih istraživanja je prikupljanje podataka na osnovu kojih mi definiramo na koji način odgovorno upravljati iskorištavanjem tih resursa, isto također i zaštitu Jadranskog mora. Većina tih istraživanja koje provodimo bazira se na metodologiji korištenja posebnih ribolovnih alata za uzorkovanje i te na taj način prikupljamo podatke. S takvom metodologijom mi prikupljamo vrijedne podatke, takav način uzorkovanja ima i određene nedostatke, kao što je na primjer ograničenja alata uslijed njihove selektivnosti, koeficijenta lovnosti, ali isto također je bitno napomenuti da su ti alati tokom svog korištenja u biti destruktivni alati jer narušavaju stanje morskog dna također, isto kao što i sami ribolov.
Većina resursa koja nastanju Jadransko more su djeljive populacije, što znači da rade migracije u cijelom Jadranskom moru, te imaju rastilišta, na primjer u jednim zemljama, mrijestilišta u drugima i migracijski putovi se kreću kroz cijelo Jadransko more. Upravo zbog toga je potrebno da se sve mjere regulacije ribolova, ali i procjene stokova rade zajednički. I upravo na takav način i mi radimo. Sva istraživanja nad resursima Jadranskom moru radimo zajednički sa kolegama prvenstveno iz Italije i procjene stokova radimo na takav način. Te procjene stokova prezentiramo na Znanstvenom komitetu Europske unije, ali ih prezentiramo isto tako i na Znanstvenom komitetu Opće komisije za ribarstvo Mediterana.
Praćenje stanja morskih resursa, naravno uz kartiranje istih i identifikaciju samih prijetnji i rizika i pritisaka i aktivnosti koje se obavljaju na tom morskom području su neophodni ulazni podaci za dobro upravljanje morskim resursima. Praćenje stanja je jako skupo, što znači da iziskuje upotrebu plovila, da skupe oceanografske opreme i veliki broj ljudskih resursa. Upravo iz tog razloga kroz projekt Suši Drop će se izraditi podvodno vozilo, odnosno bespilotna podvodna letjelica kojom će se uzorkovati područje te dobivani rezultati usporediti sa standardnim načinima uzorkovanja tradicionalno. Svi ti podaci znanstveni, oni će naravno služiti tijelima koji imaju istraživačke, odnosno koji imaju upravljačke interese. Sve mjere koje se donose za zaštitu tog područja se donose zapravo temeljem zajedničke ribarstvene politike koja na razini Europske unije upravlja ribarstvom i ribarskim resursima. Cilj zajedničke ribarstvene politike je koje se donose temeljem te zajedničke ribarstvene politike, pritom mislim na nivou nacionalnom, znači strategije, planovi upravljanja morskim resursima, planovi upravljanja korištenja dakle određenih ribolovnih alata, kao i programi mjera. Oni se donose za višegodišnje razdoblje i na koncu se naravno uspoređuju prvo početni ciljevi sa na koncu postignutim rezultatima. Nadamo se sad da ćemo sa projektom Suši Drop, odnosno ovom inovativnom tehnologijom, doprinijeti dobivanju točnih i pouzdanih informacija, a u cilju boljeg upravljanja upravo tim resursima.
The seas and oceans are our greatest source of biodiversity. They cover 71% of the Earth's surface and contain 90% of the biosphere. European marine waters cover 3 million square kilometers, equaling the total landmass of Europe. 50% of Europe's territory is under the sea. The Adriatic Sea is facing major impacts from overfishing and pollution, which is the result of discarded plastic objects. Oil pollution, which can lead to significant poisoning and death of fish, as well as the disappearance of the plant world on which human health also depends. The Inawamare journey began a year and a half ago with understanding how huge the problem of sea pollution is and how it will affect us in the near future. Sea pollution doesn't affect only the environment and its biodiversity, but also has a significant economical effect on sectors such as traffic, aquaculture, tourism, etc. By learning more about this problem, we saw an opportunity for SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, and scientific research institutions to develop new innovative solutions in robotics and sensors to boost cooperation and open new markets.
Many people confuse the terms creativity with innovation. Creativity can be the act of a single individual, while innovation is not. Innovation requires many actors. That can be many individuals working together. It can be many companies collaborating, for example, suppliers and clients all together. But innovation requires also external stakeholders and external conditions, such as, for example, policymakers.
Where we have a challenge, we see opportunities. Opportunities for companies, research development institutions, and local and regional government to jointly develop new innovative solutions that could tackle this huge challenge.
For us, it's crucial to share and interact with stakeholders of both sides of the Adriatic Sea, so Croatians and Italians, in order to develop an integrated view at the vessel scale.
So we believe that with Novamare we can work together for the future of the Adriatic Sea, sharing knowledge, technologies, data, and competencies.
The main goal of the Inawamare project is to develop an innovation ecosystem through establishing a digital innovation hub in Šibenik with a branch in Italy, and as a digital tool, a cross-border interactive web platform. It will enable us to establish a network for cooperation, collaboration, exchange of knowledge and information for the development of innovative technological solutions that will have a significant impact on monitoring and prevention of sea pollution.
Među najugroženijim staništima obalnog područja Sredozemlja su livade Posidonije. Procjenjuje se da se u zadnjih 50 godina čak 30% ovih livada površina smanjila, a da će se u narednih 80 godina možda u potpunosti izgubiti funkcija ovog staništa koje je važno i za razmnožavanje različitih organizama, za obnovu ribljeg fonda, za pohranjivanje ugljičnog dioksida, smanjivanje erozije obale i cijeli niz drugih funkcija koji su bitni nama ljudima koji živimo na ovom području.
Ako pogledamo stanje pojedinih ključnih vrsta, možemo vidjeti sljedeće, da su srdela inčun u stanju prelova i to već dugi niz godina, iako postoje određene naznake o poboljšanju stanja populacije, to je još daleko od onoga što bi se zvalo racionalna eksploatacija. I kočarski resursi su također u nepovoljnom stanju, na primjer osjeće u prelovu je škamp, u prelovu su kozice, međutim i oni pokazuju oporavke prvenstveno kao posljedica mjera koje smo poduzeli u zadnje vrijeme, one su dominantno na području Jabučke kotline.
Zajednički cilj gotovo svih tih istraživanja je prikupljanje podataka na osnovu kojih mi definiramo na koji način odgovorno upravljati iskorištavanjem tih resursa, isto također i zaštitu Jadranskog mora. Većina tih istraživanja koje provodimo bazira se na metodologiji korištenja posebnih ribolovnih alata za uzorkovanje i da na taj način prikupljamo podatke. S takvom metodologijom mi prikupljamo vrijedne podatke, takav način uzorkovanja ima i određene nedostatke, kao što je na primjer ograničenja alata uslijed njihove selektivnosti, koeficijenta lovnosti, ali isto također je bitno napomenuti da su ti alati tokom svog korištenja u biti destruktivni alati jer narušavaju stanje morskog dna također, isto kao što i sami ribolov.
Većina resursa koja nastanju Jadransko more su djeljive populacije, što znači da rade migracije u cijelom Jadranskom moru, te imaju rastirništa, na primjer u jednim zemljama, mrijestilišta u drugima i migracijski putovi se kreću kroz cijelo Jadransko more. Upravo zbog toga je potrebno da se sve mjere regulacije ribolova, ali i procjene stokova rade zajednički. I upravo na takav način i mi radimo. Sva istraživanja nad resursima Jadranskog mora radimo zajednički sa kolegama, prvenstveno iz Italije, i procjene stokova radimo na takav način. Te procjene stokova prezentiramo na Znanstvenom komitetu Europske unije, ali ih prezentiramo isto tako i na Znanstvenom komitetu Opće komisije za ribarstvo Mediterana.
Praćenje stanja morskih resursa, naravno uz kartiranje istih i identifikaciju samih prijetnji i rizika i pritisaka i aktivnosti koje se obavljaju na tom morskom području su neophodni ulazni podaci za dobro upravljanje morskim resursima. Praćenje stanja je jako skupo, što znači da iziskuje upotrebu plovila, da skupe oceanografske opreme i veliki broj ljudskih resursa. Upravo iz tog razloga kroz projekt Suši Drop će se izraditi podvodno vozilo, odnosno bespilotna podvodna letjelica kojom će se uzorkovati znači područje te dobivani rezultati usporediti sa standardnim načinima uzorkovanja tradicionalno. Svi ti podaci znanstveni, oni će naravno služiti tijelima koji imaju istraživačke, odnosno koji imaju upravljačke interese. Sve mjere koje se donose za zaštitu tog područja se donose zapravo temeljem zajedničke ribarstvene politike koja na razini Europske unije upravlja ribarstvom i ribarskim resursima. Cilj zajedničke ribarstvene politike je promicanje održivog sektora ribarstva i akvakulture, naravno u jednom zdravom morskom okolišu. Sve mjere koje se donose temeljem te zajedničke ribarstvene politike, pritom mislim na nivou nacionalnom, znači strategije, planovi upravljanja morskim resursima, planovi upravljanja korištenja dakle određenih ribolovnih alata, kao i programi mjera, oni se donose za višegodišnje razdoblje. I na koncu se naravno uspoređuju prvo početni ciljevi sa na koncu postignutim rezultatima. Nadamo se sad da ćemo sa projektom Suši Drop, odnosno ovom inovativnom tehnologijom, doprinijeti dobivanju točnih i pouzdanih informacija, a u cilju boljeg upravljanja upravo tim resursima.
Seas and oceans are our greatest source of biodiversity. They cover 71% of the Earth's surface and contain 90% of the biosphere. European marine waters cover 3 million square kilometers, equaling the total landmass of Europe. 50% of Europe's territory is under the sea. The Adriatic Sea is facing major impacts from overfishing and pollution, which is the result of discarded plastic objects. Oil pollution, which can lead to significant poisoning and death of fish, as well as the disappearance of the plant world on which human health also depends. The Inua Mare journey began a year and a half ago with understanding how huge the problem of sea pollution is and how it will affect us in the near future. Sea pollution doesn't affect only the environment and its biodiversity, but also has a significant economical effect on sectors such as traffic, aquaculture, tourism, etc. By learning more about this problem, we saw an opportunity for SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, and scientific research institutions to develop new innovative solutions in robotics and sensors to boost cooperation and open new markets.
Many people confuse the terms creativity with innovation. Creativity can be the act of a single individual, while innovation is not. Innovation requires many actors. That can be many individuals working together. It can be many companies collaborating, for example, suppliers and clients all together. But innovation requires also external stakeholders and external conditions, such as, for example, policymakers.
Where we have a challenge, we see opportunities. Opportunities for companies, research development institutions, and local and regional government to jointly develop new innovative solutions that could tackle this huge challenge.
For us, it's crucial to share and interact with stakeholders of both sides of the Adriatic Sea, so Croatians and Italians, in order to develop an integrated view at the best scale.
So we believe that with Nova Mare we can work together for the future of the Adriatic Sea, sharing knowledge, technologies, data, and competencies.
The main goal of the Inua Mare project is to develop an innovation ecosystem through establishing a digital innovation hub in Šibenik, with a branch in Italy, and as a digital tool, a cross-border interactive web platform. It will enable us to establish a network for cooperation, collaboration, exchange of knowledge and information for the development of innovative technological solutions that will have a significant impact on monitoring and prevention of sea pollution.
Među najugroženijim staništima obalnog područja Sredozemlja su livade Posidonije. Procjenjuje se da se u zadnjih 50 godina čak 30% ovih livada površina smanjila, a da će se u narednih 80 godina možda u potpunosti izgubiti funkcija ovog staništa koje je važno i za razmnožavanje različitih organizama, za obnovu ribljeg fonda, za pohranjivanje ugljičnog dioksida, smanjivanje erozije obale i cijeli niz drugih funkcija koje su bitni nama ljudima koji živimo na ovom području.
Ako pogledamo stanje pojedinih ključnih vrsta možemo vidjeti sljedeće, da su srdela inčun u stanju prelova i to već dugi niz godina, iako postoje određene naznake o poboljšanju stanja populacije, to je još daleko od onoga što bi se zvalo racionalna eksploatacija. I kočarski resursi su također u nepovoljnom stanju, na primjer osjeće u prelovu je škamp, u prelovu su kozice, međutim i oni pokazuju oporavke prvenstveno kao posljedica mjera koje smo poduzeli u zadnje vrijeme, one su dominantno na području Jabučke kotline.
Zajednički cilj gotovo svih tih istraživanja je prikupljanje podataka na osnovu kojih mi definiramo na koji način odgovorno upravljati iskorištavanjem tih resursa, isto također i zaštitu Jadranskog mora. Većina tih istraživanja koje provodimo bazira se na metodologiji korištenja posebnih ribolovnih alata za uzorkovanje i te na taj način prikupljamo podatke. S takvom metodologijom mi prikupljamo vrijedne podatke, takav način uzorkovanja ima i određene nedostatke, kao što je na primjer ograničenja alata uslijed njihove selektivnosti, koeficijenta lovnosti, ali isto također je bitno napomenuti da su ti alati tokom svog korištenja u biti destruktivni alati jer narušavaju stanje morskog dna također, isto kao što i sami ribolov.
Većina resursa koja nastanju Jadransko more su djeljive populacije, što znači da rade migracije u cijelom Jadranskom moru, te imaju rasteljišta, na primjer u jednim zemljama, mrijestilišta u drugima i migracijski putovi se kreću kroz cijelo Jadransko more. Upravo zbog toga je potrebno da se sve mjere regulacije ribolova, ali i procjene stokova rade zajednički. I upravo na takav način i mi radimo. Sva istraživanja nad resursima Jadranskog mora radimo zajednički sa kolegama, prvenstveno iz Italije, i procjene stokova radimo na takav način. Te procjene stokova prezentiramo na Znanstvenom komitetu Europske unije, ali ih prezentiramo isto tako i na Znanstvenom komitetu Opće komisije za ribarstvo Mediterana.
Praćenje stanja morskih resursa, naravno uz kartiranje istih i identifikaciju samih prijetnji i rizika i pritisaka i aktivnosti koje se obavljaju na tom morskom području su neophodni ulazni podaci za dobro upravljanje morskim resursima. Praćenje stanja je jako skupo, što znači da iziskuje upotrebu plovila, da skupe oceanografske opreme i veliki broj ljudskih resursa. Upravo iz tog razloga kroz projekt Suši Drop će se izraditi podvodno vozilo, odnosno bespilotna podvodna letjelica kojom će se uzorkovati znači područje te dobivani rezultati usporediti sa standardnim načinima uzorkovanja tradicionalno. Svi ti podaci znanstveni, oni će naravno služiti tijelima koji imaju istraživačke, odnosno koji imaju upravljačke interese. Sve mjere koje se donose za zaštitu tog područja se donose zapravo temeljem zajedničke ribarstvene politike koja na razini Europske unije upravlja ribarstvom i ribarskim resursima. Cilj zajedničke ribarstvene politike je promicanje održivog sektora ribarstva i akvakulture, naravno u jednom zdravom morskom okolišu. Sve mjere koje se donose temeljem te zajedničke ribarstvene politike, pritom mislim na nivou nacionalnom, znači strategije, planovi upravljanja morskim resursima, planovi upravljanja korištenja dakle određenih ribolovnih alata, kao i programi mjera, oni se donose za višegodišnje razdoblje. I na koncu se naravno
Jeste ciljano dali akronim ZICER ili?
Da. Poklapa se sa puno toga.
Pretpostavljam da ZICER ima isto značenje kao i kod nas, je tako? Siguran pogodak.
Da.
Mislim da ste se sad čuli.
Pa to je još izraženije u ugovoru Zagreba kao ZICER.
Što nisu upalili jer sam im rekla bilo. Mogu se onda ustati kada.
Oni čuju.
Kamere, naši panelisti. Ok, može.
Hello again. Welcome to the second round table of today. The title of this round table is The Role of Science in Generating a Stronger Innovation Ecosystem. My name is Edvard Tijan from University of Rijeka, Faculty of Maritime Studies. I would like to welcome our panelists that are present here and others that are following us online. On my left side is Ms. Petra Karanikic, Assistant Professor at the University of Rijeka, Department of Biotechnology. On my right side is Mr. Frane Šesnić, Zagreb Innovation Center Director. We also have Professor Goran Vukelić, Vice Dean for Research, University of Rijeka, Faculty of Maritime Studies. Then Professor Nebojša Stojčić, Vice Rector for Business Affairs at University of Dubrovnik. Mr. Stavros Kalognomos, Executive Secretary, Balkan and Black Sea Commission. Then Mrs. Elena Andonova, Policy Officer from EU Commission, from Joint Research Center. Then we have Professor Nikola Mišković, Vice Dean for Research at University of Zagreb, Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing, and also head of Labust Research Center. We have Professor Sasha Aksentijević from Aksentijević Forensics and Consulting. Then on my far right, Mr. Josip Rukavina from Vectrino in Rijeka. Then Professor Lovro Maglić from Center for Maritime Technologies at University of Rijeka. And finally, Mr. Nikola Balić, University of Split, Head of Department for Science and Innovation. Since we have two ladies here that are specialized in technology transfer, Mrs. Elena Andonova and Petra Karanikic, I would like to open this panel with the first subtopic. And the title of subtopic is How Centers for Technology Transfer, for example, EC Competence Center for Technology Transfer, and incubators support the innovation ecosystem development and the interplay of science and innovation. I would also like to ask our panelists that are not present here to turn on the cameras and microphones if they haven't done so already. And now I'm asking Mrs. Andonova to open the discussion.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good, perfect. I have to admit that I'm sad I'm not with you in Croatia, but you'll be surprised to learn that we have beautiful sunny weather in Belgium today. So that's pleasing. Now, first, I would like to thank the organizers for giving an opportunity to present how the Competence Center on Technology Transfer supports the development of innovation ecosystems in Europe, and doing so from the perspective of, from a scientific perspective. Why so? Because it sits within the Joint Research Center. which probably many of you know, but some might not know, is the Science Hub of the European Commission. I will use the next few minutes, if you don't mind, to explain to you how we do this support. But by way of introduction, I should mention also what is the JRC. The JRC is the science hub that employs around 3,000 researchers who are engaged in providing research and scientific results to feed the policy making process. So what we call evidence-based policy making. And within the JRC, there are 7 competence centers. They are support centers which are horizontal, so they deal with cross-cutting issues and are not dedicated on one sector, but engage with all sectors of our economy and life that deal with the topic of innovation, and use what we call analytical tools and analytical approach to support the policy-making mechanism. Now, it is also important to say here that by doing so, we are working also with member states to help them take this approach on board as well, meaning we are disseminating practices in our own experience so that member states who want to use scientific input for policy making can do so. Now, the Competence Center on Technology Transfer was set up within the Central Intellectual Property Service of the European Commission, which was established in 2012 with the idea to manage the intellectual property that's owned by the European Commission. Now, this function with the time was extended to also include data management. And when the Competence Center on Technology Transfer was established, the idea was to go beyond that and to actually deal directly with the European innovation ecosystems, meaning we are not only providing support to the policy making process, which means we're not only supporting DG Mare or DG Agri or DG Sante or any other service of the European Commission, but we are also working closely with the member states themselves, the managing authorities, and some of the flagship support centers, including in some cases science parks or research organizations, to help them also with implementation of policy. Probably for those of you who know about the technology transfer process, you agree that to have this process effective, to be successful with technology transfer, there is a need for a mix of what we call skills, resources, meaning also financial resources, and also you need to have the right environment or ambient around the technology transfer process. So we are very much focused on supporting those member states around these 3 pillars. So what do I mean here? When we talk about skills, we mean the development of human capital, but also development of policies that might be around protection and ownership of intellectual property, or policies that are engaged with promotion of commercialization activities, promotion of novel technologies. Then when we talk about resources, here what we really mean is the resources and the funding needed to be able to move project across the technology readiness level index, what we call TRL. So to be able to further develop a novel idea or a novel research result that can be commercialized or a novel technology. So very often what is meant here is the development of proof of concept schemes that can help with development of prototypes, also resources that are needed for proof of market, or even for technology transfer investment, if you like. And then when we talk about the third pillar, which is focused on the environment, here we are active in working to support science parks and incubators and other similar, what we call innovation hubs, because they are very much needed to interlink the various parties in the process, and sometimes are used as a tool and an instrument also to disperse funding or to support the human capital development process, if you like. So just to, I will give you a few examples to illustrate what I mean in terms of our actual support. But here I would like to also mention that for us, it's very important to act as a gateway, as a one-stop shop, if you like, for practitioners to be able to gather knowledge and skills. And to be able to do so, we also have to be very much engaged with the thought leadership in the field of technology transfer. So to do so, we set up and we coordinate a network. It's called the Technology Transfer Offices Network. It's a pan-European network that has as members leading publicly funded research organizations of the likes of Fraunhofer or CERN in Geneva or INRIA in France, and other similar research organizations. So what we aim here is to really gather insight into the real problems or gaps that exist in the field of technology transfer, and that what we do is we organize regular meetings with this community, and we gather this feedback, and then we pass it on to the relevant policymakers within the Commission, such as DG RTD, for example. Now, as I mentioned, we are working closely on 3 pillars, and I will say in a further detail what we do. So when we talk about skills creation and capacity creation and human development creation, here we most often organize trainings and workshops. We are also now working on an e-library that will include a lot of information, meaningful information for the practitioners, how to deal with the topics of intellectual property, for example. So this is a tool, a way to support the European ecosystem. And as you would imagine, the highest need of support is in our region, so to say, in what we call Southeast Europe. So many of our activities are focused on this region, and we have set up a community which has now over 2,000 members from the region, who more or less regularly participate in those events, whether they're conferences, workshops, or others. And the community is called the Community of Practitioners, and is really diverse. So in this community, we have researchers. So we have a direct contact with the researchers, if you like. The technology transfer professionals also includes entrepreneurs and public administrators, because it's very important that this process is coherent and everybody is engaged and everybody is aware what are the really good practices in the field. Now, in terms of the second pillar, with relation to funding instruments, we are working predominantly with other DGs here, including DG RTD or DG Grow, and we support them in the design of instruments that can help the unlocking of the technology transfer process. Again, whether these are proof of concept schemes or funds, or maybe other type of technology transfer equity instruments, and there can be also possibly other blended instruments related to the field. And then in the third pillar on the environment, we are engaging mostly with, as mentioned, with science parks and innovation hubs and incubators, and try to help them to streamline their operations, to engage their network or expand their networks, and to mostly connect among each other. Now, everybody has heard probably of big innovation zones like the Station F in Paris, the Art Expo in Milan. In London, they have the Here East project. These are massive, what we call ecosystem-based innovation hubs and centers, because they not only provide the physical side, so they provide infrastructure in terms of office space, laboratories, but they also try to be connecting forces. They disperse funding, they organize training activities, mentoring activities, and many of those centers now also have schemes to invest in new companies. So this is the type of knowledge that we try to analyze together, to analyze and to try to come up with meaningful also recommendations towards our region, the Southeast Europe. So just maybe to give you a couple of examples of actual projects that we completed. As I mentioned, we are relatively operational. Only half of our time is taken into supporting the policy making mechanism. The other 50% of our time, more or less, is very operational. So an example would be we delivered a flagship study report for the Bulgarian Ministry of Education and Science, which was coordinated by DG Regio. This is the service at the European Commission that is responsible for disbursement of structural funds. Why we did that? We helped DG Regio with their investment, so to say, because 190 million euros were invested from the European Regional Development Fund to establish those centers of competence and excellence, which are 14 such centers were established in Bulgaria. And they needed guidance, the managing authority needed guidance in terms of what provisions to put in place so that these centers can be successful and can be sustainable, so that the investment is not gone to waste. So they have to be, of course, productive and effective. And one of the topics of this report was the topic of technology transfer. So with the help of several international experts, we managed to produce a really huge report that was outlining specific steps that the managing authority and the centers can take to, let's say, increase the probability of success and sustainability ultimately. Now, another example that I can give, and then I'm very happy to take any questions from you, is we're working also extensively with DG NEAR, which is the service responsible for neighborhood policy and pre-accession. And there we did a project which was quite lengthy in time. It took over 2 years, but it was a huge project to support the creation of capacities and skills for technology transfer in the Western Balkans, 6 economies within the Western Balkans. And there we were active in promoting technology transfer, organizing not only trainings, but actually setting up actual technology transfer offices, and then identifying those pockets of excellence in terms of research and science in the region that are closer to becoming real actors in technology transfer. And having identified those centers, we follow up with another project funded again by DigiNear, which is very operational. It's really selecting projects from the region and supporting those projects to move in the technology transfer process across the TRL index. We are doing also other activities which are very specific but very important for the European innovation ecosystem. For example, we completed a study last year on behalf of DG Competition, or rather in partnership with DG Competition, to support research organizations and public administrators in better understanding or interpret policy. So these are just few of the examples of work that we do here at the Competence Center on Technology Transfer. And I'm very happy to answer any question and to continue our collaboration, because maybe some of you know we've been active in countries like Croatia. We've done also conferences and projects, and we are anticipating to do even more in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for explaining the role of the
Hvala.
technology transfer. Now I would like to ask Mrs. Karanikic to expand a bit on the topic and tell us something about the role of universities in supporting the innovation ecosystems.
Thank you, Professor Tien. I will just remove my mask for a moment while I will be speaking. Yes, I would just like to shortly complement what Elena mentioned, because we already saw from her speech that technology transfer process, this collaboration between science and industry, is a very complex one and requires a lot of preconditions. So like infrastructure, like regulative preconditions, and of course also skills. And well, we all know that in recent years the focus is on the third mission of universities. So science does have an important role in building not only the innovation ecosystem of every country, because definitely universities are important part of this innovation ecosystem. We heard that also from the first round table we had today. But also universities, which basically means science, like researchers, and then, of course, technology transfer offices, which are basically facilitators of these processes, or should be facilitators together with other institutions. They are basically the core actor in the technology transfer ecosystem. So we should also need to take into account that we need first to build a really good technology transfer ecosystem that will complement the innovation ecosystem, and then to get the overall picture, let's say, covered. Elena mentioned this, the effectiveness of technology transfer process, which is really hard to achieve, especially for the countries who are still, let's say, at the beginning, at the first steps of building technology transfer. So this is why all the resources we can use also from the EU Commission through their projects they implemented, their best practices, but also through projects that we are implementing on the level of Croatia. And one of these projects is definitely an Innova Mare project that will definitely contribute to the building of innovation ecosystem, but also to this connection between scientific part and industry. And with all this, we still need to learn, we still need to, let's say, learning by doing, and by that we will be able to produce certain results and to produce concrete collaboration with industry and academia.
Thank you very much for your input. University of Split has established a Department for Science and Innovation, and I believe that Mr. Balic, if he is present, can share some of his experiences regarding the topic.
Hi. Hi everyone. Didn't see Elena for some time. I think Trieste was the last time I seen her. And Petra, thanks for inviting me. I always love to take opposite stance from Petra. So I wouldn't say it's a complex process. I would just say that someone needs to give money. And tech transfer is a long-term investment, and someone needs to invest in it. And that will show the dedication, and it will, and this is the only way that we can have some results. And basically in Croatia, we have a lot of great successes and a lot of failures. We had a lot of capacity building, and at the same pace, we lost all of that capacity as time progressed. So as we don't have sustainability, and this is the biggest challenge for technology transfer, because typical tech transfer takes more years than a typical mandate of some politician, or a rector, or a dean, or someone. So this is the crucial challenge for us. So as you can see, I have logo here. Where? Here. I always have some logos. We are always working on new projects. We are financing our activities through projects, and this is a huge compromise for us. And we are always trying to augment things that are missing. We are always missing some dedication, some investment. So yeah, we are doing a lot of stuff, and basically not sure to say. It's not a pessimistic view, it's optimistic. We are always working, we are always with people. In 2 weeks, we will have even event with a company from Malaga, which is basically a research. It was a research commercialized from university, and they basically established a startup company. They have like floating wind platforms with twin rotors. It's an interesting product. So we are always doing like this awareness raising and things that we can, but we are basically missing sustainability component. And until someone on the national level decides to invest in it, everything will be easy. It's not a complex thing. We just need dedication.
Thank you very much for your input. Maybe Mr. Šesnić has something to add on the topic.
Hello, everyone. I would like to make a point on one thing. How much we invested in technology transfer in Europe, or especially in Croatia? And what is the return of investment at this moment? I would say that we are deep down in huge minus. And I don't know when are we going to turn this trend opposite. So what do I mean? We have a lot of gaps, and we are not considering the process of technology transfer, that at the end it should be sustainable. The product that is produced should be sustainable on the market. So we don't have a value chain that starts with R&D and finishes with the product that is self-sustainable on the market. We have some spots on that line of the value chain, but they are not connected, and I think we are doing lots of effort, but within our spots around us, and not many of us have awareness of that, that we have not one gap, but so many of them, from the beginning to the end of the process. And like I said, the end of the process should be product sustainability on the market. So also we have lots of, let's say, lacks in the managing skills of those processes. I don't see who is the lead role model that we should all follow, how to establish successful technology transfer model in our community. So in Zitzer, we try to foster that with our accelerator program, which we established 5 years ago, and we call it Startup Factory. So like the name says, it's a program that has inputs of teams and ideas and outputs as startups. And I would say within 5 years, we have created almost 70 startups that most of them are at the moment sustainable. We need to somehow multiply this effect, and also we need more communication with R&D institutions. I would say we have some good let's say, partnerships with some R&D like Ruđer Bošković and the universities in Zagreb. but it could be much more better, and I believe that will happen in the future. And also we need to focus how to build interest within researchers to move their perspective and for them to become entrepreneurs. I think it's the huge problem that they are not really, they don't have capabilities to start their own businesses, and somehow we need to push them.
Thank you very much. I would now like to move on to the second subtopic, the role of universities in the development of innovative solutions, technology transfer from academia to industry. Mr. Kalognomos, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. I would like to share the viewpoint and the...
It seems that he is not connected. Okay, I believe that Professor Mišković and Professor Vukelić have something to say regarding this subtopic.
No, but I think that
Eddie, I believe
that,
yeah, Stavros is okay. He just needs to put up the volume a bit. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, but faintly.
Okay, I'll do my best then. So thank you very much for the kind invitation. I'd like to share the viewpoint and the perspective of the regional authorities and their cooperation with the universities. So we all know that usually the regional authorities and the local authorities in the Adriatic Ionian region, they work hand in hand when it comes to implement different solutions for the region, or to find solutions to existing challenges and problems. The regional authorities are there when they have to negotiate for funds for the universities, for the regions, to attract funding and investments, and make the regions competitive, so that the universities can also have seize the opportunity and cooperate with their counterparts from the regions. As we see from our participation in different cooperation projects, we see that the universities are always there, either to implement the objectives and the political priorities of the regional authorities, and to give them back their feedback so that they improve the political decisions made in order to become more efficient and to achieve their objectives. I can share with you some projects examples about how they work and how we work with the regional authorities and universities to see this this close connection and cooperation. And I'm glad that we also had the JRC representative, Ms. Andonova, because thanks to our cooperation with the universities, we also have a thematic region for the Adriatic Ionian area. So very briefly, I'll use the examples of the Inter-Mediterranean program and the few projects we are involved in there, to see how universities and regional authorities are there to create the links and to promote transfer of technology solutions and cooperation with the industries. For instance, there is the Blue Growth Community project on capitalization and communication for blue economy and innovation in the Mediterranean, with partners from the Adriatic Sea. So we see that in this consortium we both have universities, research centers, and regional authorities. The objective of this project is to propose concrete activities to reinforce the capitalization of this project's results, going beyond the reinforcement of the cross-cutting and integrated approach between modular projects and transnational key stakeholders. It also enhances the dissemination and transferability of modular projects results to ensure mainstreaming and strategic liaising processes, allowing a better take on of technical modular projects results into policy making at a multi-level governance scale. So we see how the different levels of regional stakeholders interact, regional, local authorities, universities, business sector. We also have a closely connected project with the Blue Growth community that is called Blue Deal. Again, it's an Interreg-Med project that aims to increase transnational activity of innovative clusters and networks of the blue energy sector, to develop skills and synergies between SMEs, public authorities, knowledge institutions, and civil society, and to establish transnational and regional Blue Deal alliances. Again, we have different levels of partners from the Adriatic Sea, so universities, regional authorities, and so on. Another thematic area, I'll be brief with that, it's not too much blue growth oriented, but still it has a blue growth aspect, and it's the first thematic area under the industrial modernization platform of the JRC, with a specific focus on the Adriatic Ionian macro-region strategy. I'll share with you the link in a while. Its name is Cultural and Creative Regional Ecosystems, and we also aim to focus on the relevant blue growth professions, such as marine and maritime archaeology, maritime spatial planning, etc. We also had the opportunity to listen last week to attend the New European Bauhaus conference, where it was also mentioned the maritime aspect of this. So apart from the New European Bauhaus, there is also attention or an idea to be further elaborated on the sea Bauhaus initiative, and we are here to support our member regions and universities based in their territories to help them make this transfer work even better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stavros, for your support. Professor Mišković, your faculty and your university has had a lot of experience in technology transfer. Can you please share some of those experiences?
Yes, hi everyone. It is a pleasure to be here, and I do apologize that I couldn't participate in person. I would like to just make a few comments on some of the issues that were raised during the previous talks. So, for example, Frane, it is a pleasure to see you here. At one point, you mentioned that it is necessary to push university professors towards being entrepreneurs. Well, the problem is that university professors need to be excellent at teaching. They need to be excellent at science. They need to be excellent at promoting science. And now it seems that they also need to be excellent at entrepreneurship. I wouldn't agree completely, because there are professionals, there are experts who can assist university professors not to be excellent entrepreneurs, but to teach them how to transfer their technologies that come as results of research projects to the market. So this should not be, and this is a worldwide thing. Of course, you will see university professors who are also very good at entrepreneurship, and they should be supported in that. But I strongly believe that in addition to having people who are excellent in science and bringing research results, we need to have that other part that provides the means and provides the knowledge to bring this to the market. So this is my opinion. And having said that, I have to emphasize that in the last few years at our faculty, we started the student entrepreneurship program, which provides students with entrepreneurship knowledge and allows those students who have the willingness to become entrepreneurs to gain knowledge on how to be successful in the market. Just a year ago, we started also the entrepreneurship education for scientists, meaning researchers and university professors. And to our great surprise, we've not had only interest from our faculty, but also from other faculties at the University of Zagreb, which was a clear indicator to us that there exist research groups led by excellent scientists and researchers who are interested not in becoming entrepreneurs, but in transferring their results to the market. Most of them joined our programs for the purpose of meeting people who have the knowledge that they do not have. And that is the knowledge of technology transfer. So I honestly believe that there is huge potential in Croatia when it comes to transferring scientific research results to the market. We just need to create the ecosystem, and many institutions have been involved in that for quite some time, including ZICER, but we need to increase those efforts and allow that our deep technology results find their way to the market, because they do exist, not only in my faculty, but also in other faculties all across Croatia. So with this, I would leave the word to someone else, maybe to challenge what I'm saying, or maybe just to have a discussion on this topic.
Thank you very much for sharing your experiences. Mr. Šesnić from ZICER.
Nikola, of course, I agree with you, with most of you said, but I would say that when we talk about technology transfer, we should be aware that we have two streams. One stream is to create a spin-out or spin-off, and the other stream is to implement the technology in already existing business, which is, I would say, a much easier way. But when we talk about creating a new company, establishing a new company, a new venture, then it's very hard if the professor or the researcher is not capable of that, to manage that process from the beginning to the end. It's very hard to find the person that would be as motivated as he is to have that, let's say, process finished, and to, what I consider when I said the finished process, it's a sustainable product on the market. So there is no more desire than the researcher has for that product to have it on the market. And I think it's very hard to motivate the others. You need to have a huge team. You need to have let's say, salesmen, everybody, that is needed for one project to become sustainable on the market. It's not about one person. It's not about one researcher. He needs to have the huge team behind him, so he could have that process finished. But I'm talking about how to foster the communication between experts within their fields to have the same dream, and to use the R&D source and the resources and to put them on the market. That's the challenge, I think, for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Karanikic.
Just really one very short comment, because I'm really glad that Professor Mišković actually opened this topic. I couldn't agree more that on the level of Croatia, we don't have technology transfer system systemized. That is definitely what is lacking, and if we want to push these activities more and better, we need to do this. Of course, first on the level of the government, and then to move forward to let's say, technology transfer offices or any other let's say, units that will be in charge for doing this. And I couldn't agree more that in Croatia we do have many examples of successful technology transfer projects. For some of them we know, we who actually worked in technology transfer offices, for those that we could find the information, we do know. But I'm pretty sure that there are many more that are going on at all universities and all faculties. What I feel sorry is that we don't have those examples that we can show as best practices, because we just don't have at the moment information for that. Thank you.
Thank you all for a fruitful discussion. Professor Vukelic is also Vice Dean for Research at the Faculty of Maritime Studies. I believe that he has something to say on the topic.
Thank you, Adi. Thank you for that input. Well, I couldn't agree more with my colleague, Professor Mišković from Zagreb. We all know there is a tremendous impact on university professors nowadays. You have to excel, in teaching, you have to excel, take your part in the society and the popular as minds make transfer of technology. Is somebody talking? Okay, I hope you can hear me. It's pretty hard for one of us to excel in every part of our business. What we can do at our institutions is to put focus or recognize these people who have the tendency to do this kind of job, to do the transfer of technology, who have the idea, who have that, I would say, business nerve, and give some wings to them and help them in implementing their ideas into the industry. Give them everything they need so they can do what can do the best. Now, you have people who are really good at teaching and they want to be good at teaching. You have people who are excellent in science, and let them be excellent in science. And you have people who have that nerve and who want to do business, and what we can do as an institution, give them every opportunity to do that, just like we do for the other people also. Well, at the Faculty of Maritime Studies here in Rijeka, we have some excellent examples of people who are doing this job. Let's say Eddie, who is our moderator here, he's one of our professors who is really good in transfer of knowledge. But we had the, I would say, luckily opportunity that most of our transfer is based on selling knowledge. We don't have that much transfer of technology in terms that we are actually building something, maybe like the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering or Electrical Engineering. So that type of transfer of knowledge is going rather smoothly at our institution. And what I can say, yes, our primarily tasks as some kind of management or governing people at the managing level of our institution is to help these people in every way we can.
Thank you, Professor Vukelic. Since we have two more subtopics, I suggest that we move on to the third one. We have covered some of it, the role of innovation centers and the key limitations in connecting the academia and industry. Now I would like to ask Professor Stojčić. He is the Vice Rector at the University of Dubrovnik, and I would like to open up this subtopic with the question: what are the instruments with which the government or the state could assist in strengthening the innovation capacities or capabilities of enterprises?
Thank you for your question. Basically, when you look at existing innovation policy in Croatia, when you look at the dominance of instruments, we cannot help but notice that what prevails are really supply-side instruments. Whether we are talking about universities, whether we are talking about businesses, we are still at the stage where it is all about pouring money. But from my perspective, I would say that securing finance, what Nicola taught previously, okay, we can talk about whether academia as a whole is under-financed, but when it comes to this, I would say that this is even a secondary problem in that respect. Because what really is problem is information. It's matching between universities and between business sector. Now, just a few hours ago, I came from a meeting on one of projects where we tend to upscale value chain positions of shell producers in Croatia by matching them with businesses who can use byproducts of their work and trying to make them sustainable. And the lesson I learned today is the one that I learn all the time, and that is the one that there is huge amount of ignorance. So I see a big bottleneck in that way, that in both academia and on business side, there is a lot of ignorance about capabilities of each side, how they can benefit from each other. And this brings us to one topic that you didn't quite touch in a previous part, but I think is really important. We talk a lot about technology transfer, and that is fine, but we need to remember that, at least from Croatian's perspective, this is just the tip of the iceberg when we are talking about innovation-driven segment of economy. We are largely production-driven segment of economy, and when we talk about university-industry collaboration in this largest part of economy that is that needs probably help most, we can see that there actually things are not so good as they are when it comes to technology transfer. I mean, in technology transfer area, we have lots of good examples, but here you have on one side, as I said, businesses, you have on other side universities who are speaking actually different languages. Science builds on science, technology builds on science, technology builds on technology. And this comes really to the question that of knowledge transfer rather than technology transfer, where I see a big problem, because you have entire huge part of academia, of university sector, which is completely unused, which is not incentivized enough by existing structure of that system to engage with businesses. And then you have huge amount of distrust toward capabilities of that system, that part of system in business sector. So when I talk about, to answer your question, to come back to it, I really see the big step that needs to be pushed forward in this matching process, because that's really where I see biggest bottlenecks, and particularly in this part of knowledge rather than technology transfer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Šesnić, can you expand a bit?
What I would like to say is that as a society, as a community in Croatia, we need to do some kind of disruption if we want to change the trend that we are at the moment in. So what I would like to say is that maybe we should consider that all the state, all the public procurement, all the country should become a sandbox for innovation. And somehow we need to foster our innovators, our R&D experts to create solution for our country that country could absorb within their public companies or public institutions. So we could, let's say, implement new digitalization or whatever models. And we need to dedicate 1% of our budget, state budget, that should be focused on fostering innovation. I think that's the only way, and we need to create that recipe by ourselves, and we should not lean on European funds or other sources than that. If we want to put order and some, let's say, value chain in our country, we need to do it by ourselves. We need to try. There is not, let's say, role model for it, but we need to try to do that.
and we need to pivot it. And I think within next 5 to 10 years, we could find the best way how to foster transfer technology in Croatia.
Thank you very much. Professor Maglic from Center of Maritime Technologies in Rijeka, can you tell us something about using the services of researchers and the research infrastructure of the existing universities in the newly formed centers, innovation centers, such as yours?
Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you, Eddie, for inviting me. Yes, before I answer your question, I was listening to everybody speaking until now, and I agree with plenty of open issues. Regarding the Center of Marine Technology, what we will try to do is exactly what Mr. Stojicic said, that the problem is with matching. And we will try to do exactly that, to match the researchers, the students, the professors, and the people from the public sector and the business sector. So what the Center of Marine Technology actually is, it's a center for educational and research purposes, where we will do the educational process for the professors, if needed, when needed, and for students for the Faculty of Maritime Studies, and for the students of Faculty of Civil Engineering and the Faculty of Engineering. Besides that, we will expand our research activities until now. I think that at the Faculty of Maritime Studies, we have a lot of experience in that field, because only in the last 2.5, 3 years, we had more than 20 EU projects. Some of them are still active, some of them are completed. We now have another pillar that Mrs. Andonova pointed out, and that is infrastructure or the environment. So we have, and we will have 600 square meter area only for our purposes in our port of Rijeka. What else? We will try to match all people that are interested in marine technologies. So what marine technology is, that's actually including all the technological processes and systems that are related in any way to the exploitation and protection of the sea, the marine environment, and the seabed. That actually includes all activities on the sea, except really the standard transport of goods and people on the sea. So it's quite a large area that we will cover. Regarding some limitation or challenges that we have, that's of course financing, that a lot of people pointed out here before, so I'll not repeat all the problems that we heard. And the staff, the timing. We have a certain number of people, what our colleague Goran Vukelic said, that would like to be entrepreneurs, but even those that would like to be, they're still limited with all the mandatory activities that they have at the faculty, giving the teaching, the courses, and many others. So I think that we really need a system that is actually institutionally established to support all those people that would like to spend more time on research and how to place the results on the market.
Thank you. So what you're basically doing as a center is you're acting as a facilitator, gathering different researchers and research infrastructure from different faculties and universities and grouping them together. So this is what exactly we are doing at this project, gathering technology offers and technology requests and serving as a facilitator between different actors. Since we are running out of time, I suggest that we move on to the final subtopic. It is a practical subtopic, the implementation of scientific research outputs. We have two people from the business sector. Mr. Rukavina, he's here with us, and Professor Aksentijević, who is joining us online. So, Mr. Rukavina, can you please share some of your experiences? Croatian, English, doesn't matter.
So I have listened to all this until now, and this is the specter of business that is hard business, but without science we cannot do anything. Now, in the past 10 days, in the last 10 days, we have had the business that we are dealing in is we have stepped deeply into this sea and are trying to find a way to be able to invest all the money we have acquired from projects so we can earn as much money as possible. And science can help here. And first of all, to be able to speak about this synergy, the thing is, do we have a good idea or don't we? Because it's not important whether the idea comes from the scientific sector or from the economy sector or the government. But if the idea is good, I will give you just an example. It's not something that we deal with, but it's fish farms. But I know that there are many of them in Zadar. And Norway is one of the countries that has the biggest number of fish farms. Since we are in the construction and artificial science, so we come here and we see here a series of good ideas. Can we connect with university? I'll give you an example. Every day, the fish that are found in these cages, some are aggressive, some are less aggressive, and some try to eat the net. There is a big gap here in the private business, and we do not have enough knowledge to be able to manage this theme. So every day we would have to check 500 cages to see whether they have any holes. So here we have some submarines, machine learning, artificial intelligence. If the idea is good, there is the possibility of turning this into some kind of a real business model. And what's most important is to implement it not only here, but also somewhere in the world, because such an answer, there is no answer here. So when we go into some cooperation with the scientific sector and the business sector, we have to find how the idea that will be joint for it to be strong enough to be of interest to both. Here I see that money is mentioned here a lot. I think that money is a smaller problem, because if the idea is excellent, money will be fine, even in that sector where they think that money will not come in. In our research and development, we put about 60% of our income. We are interested to cooperate with universities in any type of scientific community, because we don't have the resources to develop this by ourselves. And there are people in Croatia that are experts here. We will pay them as a private business for them to, with their good idea, if that idea interests them, to develop a good product. That is very important, the project approach. So that's why I would ask Professor Aksentijević to say something concerning the project of the Valley of Death. What does that deal with? It's spent time from the idea to the application, to the evaluation, the administrative assessment, to the signing of the contract, and then to the project. That is a long period of time, and time is perceived long by the one who is preparing the project, who's evaluating it. They have a different sense of time. So, Professor Aksentijević, Croatian, English, which is easier for you? We don't hear you, but we have some interruptions. Oh, the system will, for the system to function, we have to understand it. I would like to greet you all and thank you for being invited to be a panelist, and as you know, I am here. Oh, I can't. It's being mixed. It's not understandable. So at the level of Croatia and the Ministry of Economy, and also from I have heard all the speakers, and some are emotional, and I think that it would be good, but I can't decipher what he is saying. There's some confusion.
Upravo u trajanju, dakle, od nekakve same projektne ideje pa do onoga o čemu su neki kolege na početku govorili, to je komercijalizacija tih projekata.
Ispričavam se što vas prekidam, dosta nam prekida vaš...
I'm sorry for interrupting. The tone is not good. It could be your microphone or something is wrong because we cannot understand you. Can you change? I see that you have turned off the camera. Yes, even this morning I had some problems, and I don't know whether you understand me. It's very bad to understand because there's some interruptions.
Evo, probajte, molim vas, pa ćemo opet dati riječ gospodinu Kavini.
Slažem se. Dakle, prva stvar je da svi ovi naši istraživački projekti zapravo bivaju negdje evaluirani. I to što se nama čini da je recimo jedna dobra istraživačka
have been evaluated, but no, we can't.
Kroz nekakvu prizmu i prelamastiku razmišljanje nekog evaluatora koji na evropskoj razini, odnosno para evaluatora koji na nekoj evropskoj razini evaluiraju te naše projekte. Tako da od samog tog nekakvog početka, odnosno od evaluacije, pa do nekakvog ugovaranja prolazi određeni vremenski period, nakon toga do potpisa ugovora, onda do provedbe i onda do onih godinu ili dvije ili nešto više koliko sam projekt traje.
In the period of the lasting of the project, there is some time when the funds cannot be used for financing. The second problem, which is very possible, is the relationship in what you have emphasized until now, is the scientists that are included and cannot give their most that is needed. The private applicants have their business and the services that they ask from the scientific institutions are in various phases of the project. These delivery projects have to be made very quickly and incorporated into the other phases so that the data set that is needed to be applied will not have various points of the project.
Postoje li, dakle, ne samo kompetencije, to je manje upitno, nego postoji li, dakle, vremenski period koji bi bio dovoljan za svaki takav projekt da se ta nekakva analiza, odnosno nekakva kooperacija odradi. I evo za kraj, ako je, da probamo malo skratiti vis-a-vis tog loše veze, odnosno linka, htio bih još skrenuti pažnju na naše doktorande i postdokove, dakle, koji predstavljaju jednu značajnu kariku u ovom čitavom našem lancu. Htio bih ih ujedno i istaknuti i pohvaliti iz toga razloga što oni predstavljaju koji stvorili nekakvu bazu mladih novih ljudi koji stvarno donose nekakve nove ideje i koji su vrlo često uključeni u sve ove naše istraživačke projekte, a znaju biti ograničeni sa trajanjem svog ugovora, odnosno mogućnošću financiranja povezano uz projekte. Zašto to ističem? Evo, kao posljednja misla, odnosno posljednja rečenica, ako ikada analizirate ona završna izvješća o provedbi ili ZNS-ove famozne, dakle, zahtjeve za nadoknadu sredstava, vidjet ćete da je jedan od najčešćih nastupa projektnih rizika kod nas odlazak projektnog suradnika sa znanstveno-istraživačke institucije, dakle, bilo u privatni sektor, bilo na neku drugu instituciju ili izvan Hrvatske. Ponekad znate imati u 2 godine provedbe nekog, na primjer, IRI projekta, ali čak i Horizona i drugih modela, u projektnom timu 20 ili 30 ljudi i 10-ak promjena, tako da mislim da bi definitivno tijela koja donose nekakve normativne odredbe koje se tiču zapošljavanja naših doktorata i postdoktora trebali također uzimati u obzir i provedbu projekata na kojima su oni angažirani, zato što je vrlo, vrlo teško u današnje doba ponekad zamijeniti članove projektnog tima, a zna se dogoditi također da odlaze i čak voditelji i zamjenici voditelja. Eto, toliko od mene za sada.
Hvala vam puno. To je nažalost jako veliki problem.
Thank you very much. That is a big problem at the Croatian level because we have postdoctorates who are employed for 3 years and then the project ends and then those people are sent to the employment office and for about 2 or 3 months to eventually employ them again for a determined period of time if the institution has acquired a new project which has nothing to do with the initial project, so that these doctorate students just walk from one project to another. They're not corrected with no job security, without any way of being able to keep them in the system because it's blocked with the famous coefficients. Since we have started this theme, I would ask Mr. Rukavina a question of Mr. Valic and then Mr. Valic. It's not a question, but just a comment.
I'm not sure how many participants, I will do it in English. Okay. So, yeah, don't get me wrong with money. We have more money in the last 2 years. University of Split had 30 million euros of investment through structural funds, but we don't have money for technology transfer, and this is the issue. So we don't have dedication. No one is saying, ministry is not saying, okay, we need tech transfer. This is what is missing, you know? And everything else is basically, we have currently 15 people working in Department for Science and Technology. All of them are financed through different projects. So we are not financed through a central, TOP or whatever. We are not financed from our ministry, and we are all working on projects. And this is touching on this topic that you just mentioned. This is not sustainable. You can't have a progress because you're always depending on some cycles. And we are always trying to do something. And also with Nebojša from Dubrovnik, we are currently developing, and we are one of the national candidates for European Digital Innovation Hubs. This is something also that is solving this type of problems, practical problems that you see, like this problem with in aquaculture that was mentioned and things like that. So we are always trying to do something. We are trying to solve this stuff. But my major issue with Croatia, we don't have a strategy. We don't have real technology transfer. We are a small country. We need a significant push in this sense. We don't need too much money. It's a few million kunas. Let's say 1 million or 2 million kunas per year. It's not that much. It's a small money. But when you say we are investing into technology transfer and university need to focus on this and try to connect researchers, and it's just a message.
Thank you very much. Since we are speaking about researchers, I would like to ask something, Mr. Rukavina, regarding the experts. What kind of experts, what kind of people would you like to receive fresh out of the university? We would like to have all kinds of professionals. We are a company that originally started from civil engineering, but then later on we started with mechanical engineering, advanced visual technologies. If someone from the university would come to us, join us, for us it is only important that he or she has some kind of experience, that has the feeling at the university
university, that he or she was included in some project, not coming from any scientific institution, as if he or she is seeing the world for the first time, so that he has some basic knowledge about projects, maybe some projects in which students are developing boats, cars, regardless the level, so later on they can incorporate easily in any company. So what is going on is we have now a huge project that we are selling abroad, but it is not defined. It's not civil engineering, it's not electrical engineering, mechanical engineering. At our morning sessions, we say, which is the industry that we are going to sell it to? For example, anchoring system. Does it belong to electrical, mechanical engineering, civil engineering? Is it some kind of advanced technology of UV rays on ropes? Today, ports or maritime industry is searching for that kind of response. How long something is going to last until we will have to replace it? And sometimes we forget that economy, how long something will last. Is it worthwhile or not? How often do we have to replace it or not? So, for example, in some examples, we understood after 5 years of utilization, there is no longer question which spare part is going to be replaced. It will be make the complete replacement. So some experts, when come, they should understand that it's not only the issue of electrical engineering, it is the issue of economic also. It's not so bad originally. We are now collaborating with 3 or 4 institutions at the Rijeka University, and we achieve excellent outcomes. You would be amazed if you could see what students can do, which results they can achieve. Some students helped us to have the completely autonomous ROV, to see how, from his perspective, visual management could be done, which is fantastic from the point of view of a student who is 20 years old. So maybe such a student could help with the strengthening of eco-innovative system with the examples from the practice. Actually, what you need is an interdisciplinary professional expert who knows how to think, which means that we should establish kind of interdisciplinary studies. You could do that, which is, of course, very difficult. You know how rigid our system is. But don't neglect us as entrepreneurs, because we can also finance you. We need you. We need you. We do see University of Rijeka as a big partner, and whenever we earn some money, Rijeka University will earn some money too. When we manage to do that, when we realize that the sources of financement can be more, not only one, because everything is overlapping, real sector, universities with their innovation centers and innovation centers themselves. So it's a kind of a feedback or a circular connection, I don't know how to call it. Any of the panelists, as we are approaching to the end of our time, any final conclusion, any final standpoint about what we heard today? I'm thinking also of our participants online and offline.
Are there any final thoughts regarding the subtopics that we have discussed today?
I would have one question, if I may. Yes, but we can't hear. Yes.
I think that you should invest in a new microphone. Or a new internet connection, maybe.
We can't hear him.
Spin-out firme u ovo COVID doba, dakle prošle I ove godine kao posljedice transfera tehnologije. Dakle, ne spin-off, taj dio pratim, taj dio mi poznat, ali...
I'm sorry, but We can't understand what he's talking about.
Okay, I will repeat the question.
Oh,
have
lucky
any
you.
of the panelists that are present today had any experience in successful spin-out, not spin-off, but spin-outs?
So I could add something here. Can I?
Yes, please.
So once again, in Croatia, we had through BICRO and now Hamag BICRO support for tech transfer at one point in time, and and it also basically it was a pain because it took so much time, and it was in this project valley of death or whatever you want to call it. But we managed to start a company, and during the all weird situation that were involved, we despite everything, we managed to do it. And they're basically solving a simple problem for beekeepers. And they develop a product, develop a solution, and they're basically selling this. And due to all of this weird situation and so much time that was needed, we were forced as university to transfer IP rights out of our goodwill, just not to hinder the projects, just not to stop the development. We basically transferred the rights to the company and let them do whatever they can, and they basically did it. You know, they now have company and they now have commercial product on market. But you know, the system just couldn't handle this process. It took so much time, effort, and at the end we just said, okay, do it on your own because we can't follow this. We just are too inflexible. We don't have dedicated, you know. And yeah, but we do have them, despite everything. I wouldn't say it's a dark story. It's just one of the possible things. But you know, we all need to be faster, more agile, and we just need to work because, as one of the panelists said, we just need to solve the problems that are currently they have. You know.
Thank you very much, Petra. Some
May
final
I
words
say-
from you. I'm sorry, Elena.
Yes, I wanted to make a remark if we have a moment.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. It was very interesting to me to listen to this diverse panel and to understand the situation in Croatia in terms of technology transfer and the issues and the challenges that you're facing, which are very similar to other economies in the region, I must admit. But I want to take, for a moment, just to take off my commission hat, and I'll put on my previous life hat, which was at Oxford University and their technology transfer environment. So in my view, the problem should be approached in 2 or 3 way-fold. So without funding from national level, without national budget, it's going to be very challenging for the Croatian universities and research organizations to allocate financing for technology transfer activities. And we are not talking necessarily about funding even the patents or the spin-off of the company and the creation of a new company. Let's say for that you can find investors if it's a very good project. But here we are also talking about funding the structures of technology transfer. So the funding the tech transfer offices to be able to continue to develop themselves and to grow and to support the researchers. So funding is also on several levels, and definitely, in my view, the government has a role to play in terms of providing some funding. And this is what happened in Oxford. They were able to unlock tech transfer activities only when the government actually provided some financing to several UK universities to start proof of concept entities, proof of concept funds. But there is another level, which is the university and their responsibility in steering the process and in preparing the intellectual property strategies, policies, and structures. So this does not depend so much on the government. This local ecosystem is responsibility, in my opinion, to the university and the research organizations and their stakeholders. And then there is a third element which is mentioned, which is of course the culture, because we like to say that in Eastern Europe, not only in Croatia, it's the same in Bulgaria and Romania, generally this we are not very entrepreneurial, or we are too entrepreneurial. Well, in my view, it's not necessary for researchers to be entrepreneurial themselves. It's enough to have 20 to 25% of the researchers entrepreneurial. But what you need to ensure is that you have a system where you can match them with entrepreneurial people. So very often this is done when you engage business schools or incubators, and you bring together a researcher in a spin out along, for example, with a business person. And also one more thing to note, because when we push so much about entrepreneurial researchers, we run the risk of those researchers becoming, managers of spin-out companies and leaving the academia. And this is something that we cannot afford in our region, because we need to have also academics and strong scientists to continue to do science. So these are just few small elements that I wanted to share from more or less my personal experience.
Thank you very much for your valuable input.
For the invitation. It's been very interesting and fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you for participating, and thank you everybody for your valuable time. This has been a fairly large panel with 11 panelists, and I hope that we can continue this discussion at some other time. Thank you again.
Pauzu za kavu 15 minuta i nakon toga ćemo imati prezentacije tvrtki, njihovih proizvoda i rješenja 4 tvrtke. Mislim da će biti zanimljivo vidjeti što privatni sektor nudi u ovom području.
The seas and oceans are our greatest source of biodiversity. They cover 71% of the Earth's surface and contain 90% of the biosphere. European marine waters cover 3 million square kilometers, equaling the total landmass of Europe. 50% of Europe's territory is under the sea. The Adriatic Sea is facing major impacts from overfishing and pollution, which is the result of discarded plastic objects. Oil pollution, which can lead to significant poisoning and death of fish, as well as the disappearance of the plant world on which human health also depends. The Inawamare journey began a year and a half ago with understanding how huge the problem of sea pollution is and how it will affect us in the near future. Sea pollution doesn't affect only the environment and its biodiversity, but also has a significant economical effect on sectors such as traffic, aquaculture, tourism, etc. By learning more about this problem, we saw an opportunity for SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, and scientific research institutions to develop new innovative solutions in robotics and sensors to boost cooperation and open new markets.
Evo, krenut ćemo dalje, ako vas mogu zamoliti samo da zauzmete mjesta. Evo, nastavljamo dalje. Dolazimo do jednog dijela koje je u stvari ono zašto mi sve ovo radimo i zašto u konačnici
we are now approaching the part, and that's why we are doing all this and why we want to create an ecosystem that will help the business sector. At certain moment we need help at certain level so that we can go on to the phase 2 and 3, and I think that with our system we can approach there. We have the representative of Gallo company, simple commercial company, which will explain us what they are doing.
Greetings to everyone. I will present in English, if it's okay. So, thanks to Mr. Ivanac for mentioning us earlier in the panel, and I would like to present you our project Cage. So, we are company, is it, sorry. So, just a moment. Yeah, thank you. So our company, Gallo Industries, was founded in 2016 in Zadar. It is a team of 7 engineers providing engineering, design, consulting, and integration services in the field of industrial automation. Our expertise is software development and equipment commissioning for body-in-white production lines in automotive industry. We have successfully completed more than 10 projects up to this point for the eminent customers, including Jaguar Land Rover, Ford, Volkswagen, KUKA, and ThyssenKrupp, to mention few. Okay. So with our company's project Cage, we are aiming to enter into the field of underwater technologies and to provide solutions specifically for aquaculture. Project goal is to develop a software solution for fully automated process of fish biometrics. We will see later what it represents. Solution is oriented on the Mediterranean fish species, such as gillhead sea bream, European sea bass, dentex, or greater amberjack, to mention some, which are present in our fish farming companies. Similar software solutions are mostly developed for salmon fish farms in Norway, and they are not satisfactorily applicable in the Mediterranean fish farms. So our project has direct impact on the sustainability of aquaculture in the direction of farming process cost reduction and also on marine environment sustainability as well. Up to this point, we have successfully confirmed our proof of concept and our solution, and our project consists of 4 members at this moment. So let's start with the problem. Reliable biomass estimation is the key problem in the aquaculture farming process, as it directly determines daily feed intake for farming unit. Fish feed is the highest production cost in farming process on the yearly basis, so fish farming companies need some solution to reduce it more than they are able now. Biomass value of the farming unit is obtained from 2 quantities: average fish mass and fish population size inside the cage. Average fish mass is obtained by process of biometrics, which represents determination of characteristic fish body measurements. In our case here, it's fork length and body depth, marked with a red rectangle. These characteristic body measurements then are used in the mathematical growth models to determine average mass of the fish. This other value, which is fish population size inside the cage, can be determined by the estimation of mortality inside one fish farming unit. So biometrics can be conducted by direct measurement of a sample specimens, which requires harvesting a small fish sample from farming unit, and there is other method also present in fish farming companies, that is to record underwater images from farming units and then implement them with the current software solution, which requires time-consuming operator work. So both of these two methods are ineffective, as they cannot provide full-scale values for the ongoing farming process, and therefore cannot enable farmers to fully optimize feeding and achieve wanted cost reduction. So Cage is a software solution which uses underwater stereo camera images as an input and gives biometric results in form of fork length and body depth as an output. Our software consists of image pre-processing algorithm, neural network for fish detection, algorithm for detection results filtering, and in the end, algorithm for fish length and depth determination. So in the first stages of our project, we have established initial partnership with Cromaris, which is Croatian biggest fish farming company and one of the world leading companies in production and processing of Mediterranean fish species. From our cooperation, we got significant insight in farming technology and existing problems which need solution. We are communicating with all the other fish farming companies as well in Croatia and academic institutions. So our aim is to develop a project with all the relevant stakeholders in the field of aquaculture. Our first milestone was successful proof of concept of our solution. We have conducted initial tests in cooperation with our partner. They have provided us with 3 sample groups of 10 specimens of gillhead sea bream species specifically from their archive. They were recorded with stereo camera, which they are using at the moment, for which biometrics were conducted both with direct measuring method and with their current software solution they have. We have run those sample images through our software, and after further algorithms development, we have managed to achieve biometrics results which are consistently better and closer to direct measurements than currently used software solution. These 2 figures here on this slide show plotted results of neural network detection from our software solution, and we will now see these comparative charts which show fish length results which are consistently closer to the direct measurement, which is this blue column, and this red column represents current software solution used by the fish farming companies. So we are pretty satisfied with these results. As we can see, they are closer to the direct measurements, and respectively for body depth measurements as well. Our project team, as mentioned, consists of 4 members at the moment: Danny as our company's CEO, myself in the role of project manager, Ivan and Frane as the lead software developers. So for future, our future steps imply finding suitable co-financing model in order to develop our solution into complete marketable product for aquaculture, as well as aiming to implement it in broader range of underwater applications. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you one more time. We are going further with company Geolux DO. So please take the floor.
Hello to everyone. I hope you are not sleeping yet. I will tell you a few things about company Geolux. Basically, a startup company. Next. No, it's not working. Okay. Okay, so we started at 2007 as a small startup company, literally from garage. And today we are a company that is selling worldwide. Last year we sold our equipment to more than 50 countries around the world on all 6 continents, and also we were awarded by Croatian Chamber of Commerce as with Zlatna Kuna, Golden Kuna, as the best Croatian post-startup company. What we do, we're basically a company that is producing radars, but we are not producing big radars, you know, with big dishes, rotating dishes that are detecting our airplanes. That's for big boys. We basically found our small niche market where we managed to make some products that are different from competition and basically do some things better than anyone else in the world. I hope so. We are present in 3 segments, 3 markets. Hydrology, which is by far our best market and share of 75% in company incomes. Then industrial measurements with radars, everything with radars, and also security, which is the last segment. What actually we do with radars? These are examples of two main products we have. First one is measurement of velocity by Doppler radar effect. So basically we usually put this one on the top left side above the water and measure the speed of the water, surface speed of the water, and then with hydrological models you can then basically calculate the profile, speed, average speed of the river, and use this information to calculate flow. And with the second instrument shown here, you can measure very precisely distance, which is then used to measure actually the depth of the water, or how much water you have in river, or you can also measure it in sea. I will show you an example. And then combining these two direct measured values, you can calculate and you can know about your water much more information, from flow to waves measurement and much more. This is also an example of some other products. This is combined discharge measurement unit. This one is used very widely around the world for flood protection, for irrigation systems, for wastewater applications, mining applications, and much more. And of course, you need something to read this data, to present this data, to send this data to some, usually today it's cloud or database. And so this is a Smart Observer data logger, which is advanced modular data logger designed specifically for remote applications where you don't have a power supply, so you need to use wind power or solar power or some other means of energy harvesting or something like this. And combining all this, basically we have one complete system for hydrology. Here you can see one example of only few examples in Croatia, because we are 99.9% export company. This is a maritime station installed in Šibenik. You'll see where and how. And it's used to basically monitor currents and sea oscillation. So basically waves and how much river Krka is affecting the sea on this particular location. together with measurements, with radar measurements, we also have some immersed measurements for temperature. And I think that I agreed with Neven today that we will add salinity measurement also on 4 depths or something like this. So basically you can measure temperature on different depths and then use this to model things that scientists do like Neven does. And also we will now add the possibility to measure salinity in few depths. This was installed in November last year. And all these data are presented on a website like this. This is our HydroView. We call it HydroView Cloud Solution. So basically you can get all data from around the world. Currently, I think there are 400 stations from everywhere, literally everywhere in this HydroView, and you can access this data 24/7. You can analyze data. There are different modules to be used. We use a lot AI to detect some things like in wastewater management. We did a big project in Istanbul 2 years ago with predictive basically maintenance of whole wastewater system, where you basically feed measurements from many points and then use AI to find anomalies. And then you can basically act with the maintenance teams before actually it's big problem. This is example of sea temperature measurement in Šibenik. So you can see in April, from April, I don't see it here, 3 to April something, how the temperature was oscillating in Šibenik on 0.5 meter, 1 meter, 3 meters and 4 meters. We would put more sensors, but the depth where we install it's 4 meters, so we were not able to dig down. Down there is an example from Australia, from salt mine, where actually we are measuring the transportation of salt. In salt mines, they use smart technique. They basically put salt into water and then transport it with water, because this is the most efficient way. But you cannot immerse anything in this water, because this is very, very salty water. And everything that even stainless steel will basically be eroded very, very fast. So we use this contactless method to measure the basically flow, how much water, or discharge, how much water is flowing through these channels. And this is one example of very, very, very tough application that basically is very complicated to do with any other technology, except this contactless, which is not in contact with water. Some other applications, we do some industrial measurements basically everywhere, where you need to measure precisely distance or speed or location of something, then we can basically help. And these are examples from glass factories, where you have a glass furnace with 1800 degrees Celsius, and there is no other technology you can put inside. With radars, you can do it because it can be out, because the walls are basically dielectric, so they conduct radio frequencies. And basically, you can shoot through walls and then measure things inside of the furnace with the radar. And we did a lot of such similar applications. Also, here is the example with glass factories, but we did in cement factories, in many other industries around the world. And the third market, actually this was the regional market from where we are coming, the security market, some more traditional market for radars. When you think about radars, most people think about it. And applications like this is basically radar that locates the targets, in this case people, in some protected area or perimeter security. This is used in civil sector for, this is Hella factory in Romania. They produce car parts for car industry. If you are driving Audi, Mercedes or BMW, it's very, very possible that your lights were manufactured in this factory. Also, we do some collaboration and some projects in defense sector, and in 2019 we were the first Croatian company ever participating in NATO demonstration of new technologies. in big military exercise in Seny Bridge polygon in Brecon Beacons in UK. This is the polygon actually where SAS is trained, and yeah, that was actually a big success for us, and we showed our new technology of ground surveillance, active electronic scanning array technology, and we are for sure the smallest company in the world holding this technology in-house, and only one of few companies in Europe that actually has in-house developed such a technology. Why actually all of this is happening? Because we invested quite a lot in R&D, and basically we are proud to call ourselves R&D company. So whole Gelux from garage to today is basically built around R&D. Mostly in-house R&D. We also have some cooperation with FAIR in Zagreb and some other companies, some other institutions. Not only in Croatia, also outside of Croatia. But we like to do things in-house, and we have a very big R&D team in-house. We are very good equipped, probably the best equipped company for microelectronics in Croatia. And that was basically why we managed to sell in 50 countries around the world last year, just because we basically invested a lot in R&D. And we found our niche where we are very good, where we basically rely all technologies, all products that we do on almost same technology or very similar technology, and we basically try to polish it so it's actually attractive on the market. And I would comment one thing that I was actually listening whole day today. I wouldn't call it a problem, but one difference between Croatian system, EU system, to US and UK and then most of the Asian countries is we are always project oriented. And in US, UK, you would be product oriented. What does this mean? You know, we are using also Hammock Bicro to support us and so on. But one of the biggest problems is that everything is project oriented. You get POC, proof of concept, which is for us extremely good project call. And then there is nothing else when this ends. You have to wait a year, 2 years for ERI. And then after ERI, you need to wait 2-3 years to commercialization. So it's in total 6 years. I cannot buy any more chips that was initially used in POC until we pass all these project phases, you know. So it doesn't work. For us, this doesn't work. So basically, I think one thing has to be changed. And it's basically, everything will be almost the same, but you do it project-oriented, at least for SMEs like us. You say, okay, this is interesting project, okay, and we'll follow you through the process, from proof of concept to the commercialization. That's like SBIR is done in US, also in UK. You have many similar examples, and then that's basically why these SMEs are more competitive than we are, because they just can follow this in some reasonable amount of time. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the comment. It's a really good comment, and I definitely do agree. We are going further on. It's company CRAS UDO that will be presenting in the morning. Do you hear us?
Yes, I hear you perfectly well. Do you hear me?
Yeah, great. Okay. See the floor.
Excellent. Thank you. Let me just share my screen, and then we are good to go. Can you please confirm that everybody sees the slides? Yes. Excellent. So, greetings everyone. My name is Mario Špadina, and I am the CEO of CRAS. Secondly, I would like to thank the coordinators of Innova Mare project for including us into activities and giving us this opportunity.
Just a second, we lost the presentation. Oh, now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Do you see the first slide?
Yeah, it's okay.
So again, thank you for including us into activities and giving us an opportunity to give our view of this conjunction between blue growth and the sustainability of Adriatic Sea in particular. So at CICRAS, we provide water quality monitoring by satellites, where we focus mostly on coastal waters and regional seas. Now we are the story of, let's say, the beginning, because we were founded a year ago, funded indirectly by European Commission through Parsec Accelerator Program. Later in 2020, we were one of the winners of Zagreb Innovation Center Startup Factory. High praise to Frane Šestic for their guidance, and Zicer crew, and they're helping us. Now, considering the team, myself, I already introduced, there is Stipe Lukin and the other members. Now, I would like to state that we are employees of Ruđer Bošković Institute, but CICRAS as such is independent endeavor. It is not a spin-off. We are a company really focused on going to the market as soon as possible. Now, what do we do? Like many people, we use existing satellite data, but what we do, we analyze them in our own way, because we are physicists and chemists. So we use our own particular knowledge to give added value from these data sets to provide our potential customers or clients monitoring service and expert reports. Okay, this is where we distinguish ourselves. So what we can monitor are typically few indirect or direct water quality parameters due to the infrastructure which is up in the orbit. Namely, it is chlorophyll A, which is linked to the eutrophication of the regional seas. Dispersed sediments, very important thing when looking at coastal urbanization, and the organic matter concentration, which is, of course, valuable for ecological purposes. Now, let us put ourselves in the perspective. As part of member states, as a member state, Croatia and all the others fall under the directive, Water Framework Directive. And it basically says, simply said, you should invest more money, more resources, and everything to monitor your water bodies, which is, by the way, very clever tactics. And the current benchmark or state of the art is sampling and laboratory analysis. Now that will not change because as a chemist, I know that it is of highest accuracy, but it is time consuming and resource consuming. So complementary methods arise, for example, satellite imagery and different sensors and so on. Nowadays, few member states are ahead of the curve and adopting these complementary methods, such as Finland, Germany, Belgium. Italy is on the rise again, is on the rise also, but our neighbors as well. In Hungary, they monitor a very large lake by Sentinel-2, which is a clever tactics because for European standard, it is a large water body. Now, let's go back to our small study where we demonstrate our work. Now, if we look at the figure on the left here, we will see the map of the Adriatic Sea with concentration of chlorophyll A to monitor eutrophication level. Now, Italian side is a bit highlighted, but what we want to focus is on Croatian coastline. Seemingly, it is uniform of and excellent quality in terms of eutrophication level and the organic matter concentration, but there are some difficulties. So if we zoom a little bit on this particular region and we make even better analysis, we can see that in fact on the 25th of December in 2019, the concentration of chlorophyll and organic matter were very, very high, far more than it should. What happened there? Just a few days or a week before, ecological catastrophe occurred. Sadly, mazout spill from former bauxite refinery entered the marine environment through the river Zrmanja. What happened is that strong precipitation pushed out the oil spill from the landscape, where water as a more dense medium expelled the oil, and everything went into marine environment. Now, ecological catastrophe is a disaster as such, but what is bigger disaster is that it happens relatively frequently. Whenever there are strong precipitation, and it happens during the decades, we can see that a similar effect happened in the October last year. And now, a few questions arise. We will not answer them. We are not biologists, but we will present this on our blog very soon. And the question is, when this thing happens relatively regularly during the decades, has the marine environment or the aquatic environment as such changed or damaged even, or has it's adapted? We don't know, but we are looking into that. But this particular example really gives the, I would say, the need. And the need is for real, up-to-date, real-time monitoring service. Our Croatian water body agencies do excellent job. We have to really say that, because they conduct a lot of experiments, a lot of laboratory analysis, a lot of sampling on large grid. But Croatia is blessed with a lot of water bodies and lot of and a large coastline. So of course it makes it, I would say, again, both resource and time consuming. So the problem is that only 1% of all measurements, even though there were a lot, spotted this pollution. For a country which is oriented in many ways towards tourism sector and production, we saw also aquaculture, there is probably the need to do better. You see, everything is transparent. They did excellent job very frequently, but it's just not enough sometimes. So this is where CCRAS comes into play. We provide larger spatial coverage with almost 2 to 5 days frequency. And if we can go even further than that. And also what we will have rather soon is an alert system notice. So it means that stakeholder or for typical client can get an alert notice when something is wrong. Okay? And that is very important for the prevention causes. And of course, since we are making our platform in general manner, we open a possibility to include different data sets, sensors, in situ commercial satellites, and so forth. So what we are doing is typically analog to famous Copernicus data hub, but we are working for concise Adriatic Sea, very structured, easy to manage, and which will give added value immediately. But things are not so easy as they seem at this point. Maybe I'm too optimistic in my talk. So we are in a relatively beautiful part of the world, I would say, with the coastline being very diverse in terms of topology and the landscape and so forth. It comes with a few difficulties for satellite imagery and industry as such. Large spatial eutrophication and salinity variation due to the river stream inputs occur. Also, seas are crystal clear, beautiful, but transparent. So it means, again, slight problem for satellite imagery. And the degree of urbanization is not so small. We have a town, even a city, and a lot of villages along the coastline. So there are challenges, but we are fighting that. So, and what we hope to do and what we will do, I have no doubt, is very fine monitoring grid of the whole Adriatic Sea, at least Croatian side in a 5 years. So, but in order to do that, apart from satellite data, we really need our own in situ database. There is no one in the world who can claim his models and satellite imagery are perfect and they can predict everything. No, they cannot. You need really in situ database, as Copernicus and all relevant bodies have found out before. And also backup in modeling. So where is CCRAS now? Currently, we are doing our analysis locally on our computer, and as we are experiencing 100% growth annually due to the grants and so on, we are now in the search for first clients. In parallel, we have created and assembled our specification scheme of our platform, which will serve as automated system. And we are in the Blue Invest, also mentioned earlier by a lecturer, Blue Invest Forum, where we prepare for the major investment later this year. So in the 3 to 5 years span, we aim to have fully automated system, which will really ensure the scalability of our business. And of course, I have to mention here, we are small, everybody understands that. So apart from investment for monitoring and alert system, we are searching for investment for in-house database. And we are always open for partnerships, whether it is marine biology, aquaculture, marine modeling, laboratory analysis, everything which can give added value to our project, we are welcome to discuss. And please do not hesitate to contact us. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention and leave the floor to questions, of course, if there are any arise.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Is there any questions? Okay. Very good presentation, and we'll be having you with us and trying to get this partnership as the way we can. And the last but not the least is the CBRO project. Is the students from Croatia that have discovered a model technology regarding the microplastic, and it's something that we should see and present to our Innovamare stakeholders to see what else our students from Croatia are doing. So please, if you can present your idea.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, everyone, again. Glad to be here, and thank you for inviting us. My name is Antonia, and today I'm representing CBRO. And today I'll talk about microplastics and our possible solution to this problem. So what are exactly microplastics? Let me just, we need to. So again, what are exactly microplastics? First, we need to state that plastics in general are not degradable. Instead, they just disintegrate into smaller pieces. These small pieces or fragments, which are less than 5 millimeters in diameter, are called microplastics. They're dangerous for many reasons. For example, microplastics prevent sunlight from reaching plankton, and this prevents photosynthesis and oxygenation, ultimately resulting in plankton death and the ocean suffocating. Also, we need to add that marine animals eat microplastics, mistaking it for plankton, and this leads microplastics to humans and to our plate. Although it is not yet scientifically proven and it needs more research, scientists believe that inhaling or swallowing microplastics can have negative consequences on human health. According to Worldwide Fund for Nature research, average person on Earth eats approximately 5 grams of microplastics a week, and that's approximately the weight of 1 credit card. So the main problem we wanted to solve are non-standardized protocols when sampling microplastics. When scientists research and when they gather results, they cannot compare them adequately because of different methods and tools used. Also, the ships that are currently used to get to the area to sample microplastics have a negative impact on the environment and are very much expensive to rent. So through research and conversation with various scientists, both from Croatia and outside Croatia, we came up with the idea to standardize this sampling process. This would result in a more effective, efficient, and precise research, again resulting in the solution of the problem. So the idea is to have a set of services that would ease the sampling. How does this work? First, the researcher or the client selects the area in which he wants to sample. After that, he or she can set multiple measurement options or different parameters such as salinity, temperature, depth, or for example, water flow. And after that, the service is ordered and the CBRO is sent to sample. The client can constantly monitor the device so that it knows where the device has been, where it is going, and what it's currently doing. When the device finishes sampling, it returns with the sample and all the data needed, and the service provider, meaning us, delivers this data and sample to our clients. In other words, we would not sell CBRO as a product, at least not in the beginning, but instead we would offer it as a service to be rented through robotics as a service business model. For the client, this means higher quality, higher productivity, no amortization costs, and always the best and the newest possible model. For us, it means that we still have the ownership of the device so that we can constantly work on it and upgrade it. This is how the device should look when it's finished. On the top, we can see solar panels to ensure the lowest possible carbon footprint. The device would be hollow from both sides so that the water can pass through it. But on the one side, there would be a net that stops the microplastic from passing through the device, so that the sample is constantly inside the device and that we don't lose any part of it. The device would be directed via internet. This was our prototype testing. We can say that it went well, but we're still in a prototype phase and we need more upgrade and to get to the test phase. Also, I would like you to see my rest of my team. Petra and Andro are marine biologists and ecologists, and Mate is our engineer. And since we cover different areas that are important to this problem, we think that we can solve it and that we have the capabilities to solve it. And to conclude, we know that microplastics is a threatening problem, but it's also sometimes very much neglected. We think that this is the best time to tackle it, and it's definitely the time to solve it. So I ask you, which sea do we want? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this presentation, and for today we are finished. I thank you all for joining us on this long day journey through InnovaMare and Sushidro project, and I hope you have got some inputs, some new ideas, and believe me, we will continue with building this innovation ecosystem around our Adriatic Sea, because this is necessary. We cannot stop, because if we did not do it in 10 to 15 to 20 years, we will not have the Adriatic Sea as we want it. For the end, we will have the slides. Yeah, we will have the slides of portrait, life, and energy of the Adriatic, just to remind us with the pictures what the Adriatic looks like, and please, if we can have it on.
Stavi ruke, Gospojo, nad zabranjene pučine, nad ova polja nestalih. Pogledaj na mene, stavi ruke, Gospojo, nad zabranjene pučine, nad ova polja nestalih. Pogledaj na mene, nek se jednom raskaju svi ovi košmari. Vječna pjesma si ljeta, kao roditeljski glas. Moja se sakrila, pukla na pola. Na meni nek sve je tvoje, Gospojo, i ja sam narod tvoj. Stavi dlan na čelo moje, Gospojo, ne daj da propadnem. Stavi ruke milosna, noć je digla šatore, magle sjele na vrhove. Pogledaj na mene, na tijelo krivnje pale su, ko crven mjesec na obale. Vječna pjesma si ljeta, kao roditeljski glas. Moja se sakrila, pukla na pola. Na meni nek sve je tvoje, Gospojo, i ja sam narod tvoj. Stavi dlan na čelo moje, Gospojo, ne daj da propadnem, ne daj da propadnem. Stavi ruke, Gospojo, nad zabranjene pučine, nad ova polja nestalih. Pogledaj na mene, nek se jednom raskaju svi ovi košmari. Vječna pjesma si ljeta, kao roditeljski glas. Moja se sakrila, pukla na pola. Na meni nek sve je tvoje, Gospojo, i ja sam narod tvoj. Stavi dlan na čelo moje, Gospojo, ne daj da propadnem. Stavi ruke milosna, noć je digla šatore, magle sjele na vrhove. Pogledaj na mene, na tijelo krivnje pale su ko crven mjesec na obale. Vječna pjesma si ljeta, kao roditeljski glas. Moja se sakrila, pukla na pola. Na meni nek sve je tvoje, Gospojo, i ja sam narod tvoj. Stavi dlan na čelo moje, Gospojo, ne daj da propadnem, ne daj da propadnem.
Fenomenalno, fenomenalno je ovo, stvarno liječi dušu ovako poslušati lijepu pjesmu i ove slike gledat. Za prvi dan ovog okruglog stola, sutra vratite se, molim vas, ide još bolji dan i još ljepši dan gdje ćemo poslušati još puno pametnih ljudi, pametnih ideja i vidimo se sutra. Hvala svima na današnjem danu.